Good morning. Or guten Morgen. Mwauka bwanji. Mwamuka sei. Probably that's how far I can go. Welcome to this inaugural workshop of the Qinisa initiative. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this Qinisa inaugural workshop. I am delighted to see such a diverse group of stakeholders gathered here today, united by a shared commitment to advancing agriculture across Africa through research, data, innovation, and collective leadership. This workshop serves as an important platform for collaboration and exchange. Over the next two days, we will focus on identifying practical solutions to the key challenges facing our agriculture systems. We will focus on areas of climate resilience, food security, and environmental sustainability. Our objective is clear: to introduce and launch the Qinisa initiative, its vision, its mission, and its strategic goals. We are also here to make friends, foster meaningful partnerships, promote knowledge sharing, and also discuss the operational plan of data collection, use, management that will support both local, regional, and international agriculture initiatives. Our program for the next 2 days is structured to follow in-depth discussions, networking, and the development of collective strategies. We will first introduce the Qinisa initiative, and thereafter we'll have some sessions that are going to follow. And these sessions will focus on, one, how we can all contribute to enhancing agriculture productivity, how we can contribute to enhancing climate resilience and adaptation, and also how we can contribute to reducing agricultural greenhouse gas emissions, including through this Qinisa initiative. We'll also look at how we can strengthen partnerships and collaboration across sectors. And lastly, we want to share experiences, especially on some themes, and also just focus on the role of data in agricultural transformation. My name is Akim Mwape. I am the Africa Program Lead of the Global Research Alliance on Agriculture Greenhouse Gases, GRA in short. It is a network of governments that are concerned or that are interested in increasing agriculture productivity whilst reducing GHG emissions. Just to align our thoughts with the objectives of our workshop today, I would like to invite you, or to just call your careful attention to watch a short video that has been prepared to set the tone of our workshop. This video will provide essential context, highlight the urgency of addressing the pressing agriculture challenges in Africa, and offer a clear vision of our shared goals within the Qinisa initiative. Please, let's take this moment to align our focus on what we can achieve together.
Agriculture is the backbone of African economies, yet the sector faces numerous challenges ranging from climate change and resource constraints to food insecurity and low productivity. The growing threat of climate change, combined with frequent and often devastating global shocks to the wider food system, continues to both erode Africa's food system's resilience and justify the need for increased investment in Africa's agricultural education and research frameworks. To transform Africa's agricultural landscape, we must establish a dynamic agricultural research ecosystem that integrates higher education institutions, research centers, public and private sector, and investment partners. This ecosystem should foster innovation, generate cutting-edge research, and produce a skilled workforce capable of tackling the complexities of modern agriculture. This transformation must address the triple aims of enhanced productivity and livelihoods, enhanced adaptation, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. To drive this transformation, it is critical to establish a strong evidence base supported by quality, timely information, and data that is accessible to all relevant stakeholders. However, the current agricultural research ecosystem is fragmented and siloed. Research teams often operate in isolation, confined to their specific disciplines, which stifles transformative food systems research. This disjointed approach has largely failed to deliver effective solutions to the persistent challenges facing food systems, mainly due to lack of engagement and collaboration among key stakeholders. To overcome these challenges, it is essential to strengthen research partnerships and transdisciplinary collaboration networks. Future Africa at the University of Pretoria, supported by a consortium of partners led by the Center for Coordination of Agricultural Research and Development for Southern Africa, CADESA, has developed a regional program named Qinisa. Qinisa is an isiZulu word meaning to strengthen, reflecting its purpose. The Qinisa program is designed to strengthen connections among agricultural greenhouse gas-related research activities and their associated stakeholders. This will enhance their collective effectiveness to accelerate the transition to low-emission, climate-resilient agricultural food systems in Southern Africa. To achieve these goals, the program will foster collaborative leadership, align research and investment priorities, build capacities and capabilities, and enhance information exchange and communication. By embracing innovative and adaptive strategies, the Qinisa program aims to achieve several critical outcomes. Number one, agreed Southern Africa GHG research agenda. Number two, efficient use and optimization of research resources. Number three, reliable database to inform GHG policy development. Number four, accessible and standardized GHG data and information. Number five, improved networking and coordination among stakeholders. Achieving these goals requires the collective responsibility, unwavering commitment, and active collaboration of all relevant stakeholders. We must unite to discover better ways of engaging, planning, investing, and leading together. Join us in this vital effort. Partner with the Qinisa initiative to contribute your expertise, resources, and leadership. Together we can build sustainable food systems that not only thrive, but also deliver tangible outcomes of enhanced productivity and livelihoods, enhanced adaptation, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. To get involved, contact the Qinisa initiative team at the links below.
Yes, please give another hand to Dr. Florence and the team. Thank you. Thank you for that inspiring video. I think that video just identifies with the vision and the objectives as to why we are here today. Now that we are all on the same page, focused, and ready, it is my pleasure to invite our host, Professor Tafazwa, to give us his opening remarks. As he comes, Professor Tafazwa is a professor of climate change, food systems, and health at the University of Pretoria. He is also currently the director or co-director for the Arua Center of Excellence on Sustainable Food System. Please join me in welcome Professor Tafazwa to the stage.
Thank you very much, Akim, for the welcome and the kind words, and a very warm welcome and good morning to all of you. As introduced, my name is Tafazwa Mabaudi, and I'm here today representing Future Africa and the University of Pretoria. I would like to start by welcoming His Excellence, the High Commissioner for the Government of New Zealand in South Africa, His Excellency Philippe Hewitt, and his deputy accompanying him today, Nick. I would also want to officially again acknowledge my colleague and partner, Akim. Thank you very much for facilitating this event. I would also want to acknowledge with us today my predecessor, at the Arua Center of Excellence, and now the System Board Chair for the CG, Professor Lindwe Sibanda. A special welcome to you, Prof. Thank you very much. I would also want to acknowledge colleagues from CADESA, representing Prof. Cliff Lamini, the Ministries of Agriculture, and to also acknowledge other partners from the region who have traveled to be with us today, from as far as Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi. I would also want to acknowledge international partners and universities that are with us today in the room, and all protocol observed. Forgive me if I have omitted anyone in my acknowledgements and welcome. I'm usually not one for much formalities and fanfare. I'm mostly a researcher, and I think today is the smartest I've ever dressed. Yes, 2 weeks ago I was in Malawi with my team, and we had to host a gala dinner. And they came and said that I was a source of embarrassment for them, because other bosses were wearing suits and looking very decent. And I was in my chinos and golf t-shirts. That's usually my dress code. My daughter says I look like a cow because, you know, I look the same every day. And they went and bought me a shirt. So they came back in the afternoon and said, "Happy birthday." I said, "My birthday was in February." They said, "Well, happy birthday anyway, and here is a shirt." So I knew that, you know, it was a way of saying, "Stop embarrassing us." So after I got back, I went and bought this shirt, which I'm wearing today, and I hope I'm not embarrassing anyone anymore. I promise to take it in incremental steps. At the next event, I might just put on a tie, and then next year, or maybe in a couple of years, I might add a jacket, but you know, incremental steps. Now, back to this event that we are here for which I am welcoming you to. Apologies, I have a weakness of going off script from prepared notes. I think it is important to understand the importance of climate change in an African context. Often I have the unenviable task that whenever there's a disaster, some people gave my name to the media to say that is the climate change expert. So whenever something happens, I get calls from the media to come on TV or radio to talk about climate change. The questions are almost always similar. Is this climate change? Is what we are seeing climate change? Is government doing enough? What should people be doing? And almost always, I end those interviews by telling the media that it would be nice if we had these conversations outside of disasters. It would be nice if we sat and convened to talk about climate change and its impacts when there's no one dying and there's no one being swept away and there's no one starving. We should not wait for things to go horribly wrong for us to have conversations about climate change and how to adapt to climate change. We should be proactive. So it's more about being proactive and being prepared. It's more about building awareness than responding. When you start responding, it's after the fact, the damage has already happened. And what we don't know when it comes to the impacts of climate change is they are very real. Most of us, you've only ever witnessed them watching on TV when they're showing videos of people stranded or someone sitting on a tree, and in that moment you wonder where this person was when the water levels were going up, you know, like surely you should have seen that the water was rising. How did it get to the point where you ended up on a tree? Like, you know, or we see pictures of people starving and all sorts of things, and it seems very distant. Again, I've had the misfortune of being present in these situations and seeing the devastation firsthand and the actual looks on people's faces as they are being affected. Water rises so fast that 1 minute you walk past a bridge, the next minute the bridge is gone. So the lead time to respond to a flood warning can be less than 30 minutes or less. So when you see someone stranded on a tree, it's not that they were sleeping on the job or anything. It's just how fast the water moves. Drought evolves slowly. Floods are better because they move very fast. But drought is very slow. So people's ability to observe and pick it up is actually much slower. By the time it has entrenched itself and causing devastation, it's actually too late to do anything. So you see livestock dying, you know, it always never makes sense to people from a distance when you see cows dying and on the ground. You wonder where people were all along before they saw that cows would die. But it progresses very slowly, and by the time you start seeing the impacts, it's already too far and too difficult to start making any changes. Why am I saying all of these things in this room? I'm saying all of these things in this room because there are two things that we need to do when it comes to climate change, particularly in Africa. We need to adapt to climate change. That is a priority because the impacts are already being felt and the livelihoods and lives are already being lost. So adaptation is a priority. But at the same time, we need to mitigate and halt further climate change because it is pointless to adapt to a situation that keeps evolving because you cannot continuously adapt. There are limits to adaptation. There are limits to resilience. So whilst the urgent call is to adapt, there's an equally urgent call to mitigate any further increases in greenhouse gas emissions. There's also need to ensure that as we adapt the actions that we take, support and strengthen mitigation so that we do not result in maladaptation, whereby actions taken today will later on create new problems in the future. As we mitigate the conversation on understanding greenhouse gas emissions, being able to quantify them within systems and ensure that the measures that we are taking are actually contributing to halting emissions becomes critical, because that is the key indicator. What we lack is accurate quantification in this space. I've worked in this space for the longest time. What we lack is accurate quantification. We often don't quantify these things. We make inferences and assumptions to say, if we do this, if we shift to a legume-based system, it therefore follows that by planting legumes which are more efficient, therefore this will happen. But there are many other things in the whole value chain that we don't quantify. We don't quantify the transport, the trucks, the tractors, and everything else that is contributing. So that assumption is actually quite incorrect and misleading, because it is holding many other things constant, which in reality are not constant. The lack of coordination is a major impediment to progress, because in many cases, the things that affect us are things that are done by us, usually with good intentions. But because they are often not well coordinated, the understanding of trade-offs is not inbuilt into the design of interventions. So trade-offs arise which then threaten and undermine sustainability of these interventions. We talk about issues of collaboration because in many cases where we fail is to collaborate and to work together. At Future Africa, I came in and concluded a project that was initiated by Prof. Sibanda, the club project, Prof. And that project is very important. We have not made enough noise about it. It made two very important findings. The first very important finding is we are not collaborating enough in Africa. We don't work together at all. The second one was that the center of knowledge is not in Africa. It is driven from outside Africa. So the problematization of issues is externally driven, which often means it lacks context, which often means the solutions fail to take root and are not scalable. It comes down to the issue of us not collaborating enough, us not coordinating well in ourselves. So this partnership that we are here celebrating and recognizing today, Qinisa, is a very important partnership because it is doing those two things that are failing. It is strengthening coordination and collaboration in Africa and from an African-led perspective. So the problematization, the problem identification, and the development of solutions is being driven at a local scale through local partners with local actors. And that in itself is paradigm shifting. So Akim and partners, I think we should give them a round of applause for changing the paradigm. At Future Africa, it is our desire and our vision to be part of such African-led solutions that seek to transform systems in and across Africa. So this project really sits at the heart and core of what we are trying to achieve as Future Africa, as a University of Pretoria, the global university in Africa, and again, working with partners in the region and beyond. So I hope today's discussions and tomorrow's discussion will really center on unpacking how we can begin to coordinate and collaborate more effectively, how we can work across systems and sectors, how do we build the data that we need to be able to inform decisions, and ultimately, how do we deliver to the people? Because it's about people and planet. So ultimately, the outcome space is whose lives are improved, what environmental systems are strengthened. So I hope we get to those sort of ideas and thinking, but otherwise from my side and on behalf of Future Africa and its partners, welcome, enjoy the day's proceedings, and please do engage actively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Tafazwa. Please, we're now welcomed, so we can give him another round of applause. Thanks again for those wise and insightful words and for welcoming us to this beautiful country. We'll make sure that tomorrow we finish our workshop slightly early so that we have some time to sample some of the wonderful, or just have a look at some of the wonderful places within Pretoria. We will now have some remarks from three distinguished, I wouldn't call them guests, but partners, colleagues that we have been working with for a very long time. We got Mr. Joel Mamambolo from the Department of Agriculture in South Africa, who has been very instrumental in working with us, bringing us together from the time that we started these discussions way back in 2019. Then we also have Dr. Mabuza from the Center for Coordination of Agriculture Research and Development for Southern Africa, CADESA. I call CADESA our mother body in terms of agriculture research and development coordination in Southern Africa. This is a body that has been mandated by our heads of state, each of the 16 SADC countries, to just lead the coordination, the development of agriculture research in our region. And lastly, we'll have remarks from His Excellency, Mr. Philip Howitt, High Commissioner of New Zealand. New Zealand has been an all-weather partner for working with Future Africa, CADESA, and many other institutions within this region. And we are grateful, sir, to have you with us this morning. Without further ado, let me just now welcome to the podium Ndate Mamambolo to come and give his opening remarks. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Akim. I'll call him Akim because we come a long way from the first steps of talking about climate change. We were blessed to have him accommodated by our fellow brothers in New Zealand. By virtue of him coming from the region, we see him as a clue that can help us as a region to come together to talk with one voice of climate change. As Akim has indicated, let me not talk much about who I am. You all know who I am. We are meeting at a time when there's a confusion around the globe in terms of natural catastrophes. And Prof. Tafazwa talk about the issue of why are we pointing fingers at him when there are disasters and we are quiet when all is in order. Yes, indeed, that is the reality because we are human beings. We only need comfort zones. But the reality is, it's good that we have got Qinisa with us. Now the reality is we need data in the region. It is there, within the region, across Africa, but it's not coordinated into being processed into an information. If you talk from the livestock perspective, we all know that Africa at large depends on meat, especially red meat, for food security or to sustain our livelihoods. For trade, for lovola or what you call dowry, or for marriage purposes, for as part of assets for our status, which is equally the same globally because livestock or agricultural production is a business. But then we in Africa have kicked in the teeth in terms of getting to know that our natural source of wealth, which is livestock, is being pointed at as the source of climate change. We have got no muscles nor the brains to fight back without data to correct the situation. We are not very much industrialized to the extent that we could point fingers at the industrial community or the different value chains. We are not fighters, but we are saying, indeed, we acknowledge the pointing of figures to our industry, and this for us is a wake-up to call to say, what are we doing? Yes, indeed, we are doing something. Hence, we have got Qinisa here. Here locally, we have got the ARC. I see my colleagues from the ARC, our Agricultural Research Institution. We have a massive research programs that are in place to collect data, firstly, on our food resources from crop production, from all primary production systems, including livestock systems, to gather data to be able to make informed decision in terms of climate change. Why we do this is because it's real. And we do this because we need to come up with the necessary interventions to ameliorate the globe. And we are even in a better position because if you look at the South African Constitution, it makes provision that we need to take care of these resources for today and the future generation. Therefore, we take climate change very seriously. We are happy to have this conference held in Pretoria because the initial regional talks were held here in 2019, right here in Pretoria at Irene. And we agreed to exactly what we have today. So we are looking forward internally where in the department with the ARC that we just hosted one of our research symposium in February this year. And one of our resolutions in that conference was that before the next conference, we need to have a workshop such as this to take a stock of what we did previously and also look at what the current challenges to help us drive regulatory environment that will help us deal with climate change. With these few words, thank you for the opportunity. We are looking forward to get directives that will enable us to fine-tune our research agenda in order to address issues of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Mamambolo, for those kind words and wonderful opening remarks. We'll just proceed now and have opening remarks from Qinisa, Dr. Mabuza, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Majola Mabuza. I work for Qinisa, based in Botswana, in Gaborone. I want to stand on existing protocol, lest I mess up what has been put up already by Prof. Tafadzwa in terms of acknowledging who is here. And I need to indicate that I'm here on behalf of my Executive Director, Professor Cliff Dlamini. So this is why I need to read what is here. Otherwise I'll be in trouble. So what he has asked me to convey, firstly is the concern, why we need to be so much concerned about measuring the greenhouse gas emissions. This is important because from the way we produce our food, the different food commodities, and through or under the different value chains, and also using different management practices, the evidence that we need to bring out, it helps different role players, and that includes farmers, researchers, policymakers, to understand and make informed decisions on how to manage emissions better. Again, we're able to identify mitigation responses that are consistent with our country's food security and economic development priorities that we have made as part of continental and global commitments, for instance, under the UNFCCC. Again, as we promote a number of the sustainable agricultural practices, that includes our climate-smart agriculture, conservation agriculture, agroecology. Some of the questions that we need to be able to, that we must be able to respond to, they include, for instance, what effect do such practices, as well as technologies, have on improving food security or food production as well as productivity, and then on improving resilience, as well as adaptive capacity and climate change mitigation. And then there's one important aspect which we normally, just write over, which is the returns to farmers, because farmers are rational in their decision making. So in all what we are doing, at the end of it all, these are the people who need to adopt and implement. If they don't see returns, they might as well push aside whatever we're promoting. So all these questions, they need data and scientific evidence. The empirical evidence can be used to assess the relative effectiveness and strength of evidence for all these sustainable agricultural practices, including climate-smart agriculture. And again, they will help us to identify what we call best fit practices for specific farming and development contexts. I think as Prof. Tafadzwa mentioned that in the past we have been relying mostly on anecdotes. Like we are saying, if you do this, this is what you are likely to attain. But where is the evidence? That is what we need. And the evidence is what we need to connect ourselves with policymakers. Because at the end of the day, we could be doing what we're doing, but there's somebody who will make a decision whether what we're doing here will thrive in the respective countries and in the small pockets that we're occupying at the moment. So what we're launching today will enable us to move beyond these anecdotes and case studies that lack sufficient detail to confidently attribute outcomes to interventions. When we talk of efficiency in production, most often we look at resources, but we need at this stage to consider the amount of gases that are being the greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, our research should not focus on one end of the chain, but across the entire chain, including the amount of food that we waste or that is wasted beyond consumption. So pre-production, throughout the processes, and what we waste after consumption. What are the challenges at the moment of quantifying the greenhouse gas emissions? I think you'll agree with me that there is a serious lack of capacity. The hard infrastructure as well as the soft infrastructure, the soft infrastructure which are the humans. Meaning we need to support capacity development, and that is also a responsibility for CADESA. We cannot run away from that one. So measuring, reporting, and verification systems need to be improved and harmonized to enable countries to better set and follow up on, for instance, their nationally determined contributions, mitigation targets for different sectors, as well as for different value chains within agriculture. But again, all this needs finance and investment. And we know that in this region, with the exception of South Africa, agricultural R&D, research and development, is one of the least supported initiatives in the region, if not in the continent. And this has been a thorny issue as we are now discussing the post-Malabo agenda. You'll recall that we have what we call the Science Agenda for Africa, which is supporting Agenda 2063. So this has been a thorny issue to say, in as much as we are discussing post-Malabo agenda, we need more resources to support the research that, that advances the decisions or connects what we need to do in terms of decision making. So it then takes us to an issue of how we can improve in that front. So I think what Prophet Tavaza also alluded to, the fact that we don't need our research agenda to be influenced from outside. And what we need to be aware of is even the donor community. They are now saying investment in research and development, it has its own returns on investment. So if our governments are not putting up the money, it means they don't see the returns on investment themselves. So we need to have a situation where donors are supporting what we initiate as countries. Qinisa has tried to put up that argument with the ministers in the last meeting to say we need more support. Let it start from your countries. But they are saying, no, come up with a business case. Let's see, what is it that you will give us in terms of research? So what we are gathered here about is one thing that we can advance to say this is the kind of evidence we need to produce if you invest in R&D. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves responding to outside priorities and neglecting our own. Therefore, again, we need to do things differently and try to conscientize our superiors in the region to support what we've started here. What we're launching should not be a white elephant, but it needs the support of our superiors. And the question again is, why is it that countries are not supporting agricultural research and development? Why is there no money going into agricultural R&D? And one opinion that has come in many of these gatherings that we have attended recently is that we should avoid talking to ourselves. Let's make deliberate means to bring in the decision makers, those who carry the purse, so that they understand what we're doing. And we can lobby and advocate for them to put more resources and also understand the research process. Because in many countries, a minister will be in the office for 5 years, and they want to make a mark within that 5 years. Your research there on the ground could be taking maybe 6 years to come with the results. So they need to understand the process so that they can support us. So we need to bring them to the picture and have that conversation with them. And then, again, we need to also involve those whom these decisions are made, who are the farmers. They need to be part and parcel of what we're doing. And on that one, I need to applaud even the organizers and the work that we started doing back then with Akim. I noted Darad indicated that this meeting started in Pretoria. I remember I was there physically, but I was on the other side. I was representing farmers then. And we're part and parcel of all this, of all the creation, the co-creation of the output that we are gathered here to witness today. So we need to continue on that momentum, but most importantly, the policymakers. Now I just want to share, as I conclude, what Qinisa is doing, which we need to be aware of, which is likely to support what we're launching today. We are finalizing our strategy review, which has been broadened to look into a number of commodity chains which were not given the due attention in the past strategy. So issues of climate change, they are now more visible than they were before. And again, on the value chains, we've expanded into livestock, we've expanded into fisheries, into forestry and agroforestry. And then we have been delegated by the SADC Secretariat to establish what we call a soil hub. And that soil hub has to do work which resonates directly with what we are launching today. We are also going to initiate an agroecology sub-grant initiative where people will be developing evidence supporting agroecology as one of the sustainable agricultural practices which we need to promote. So the evidence that we need to promote under this initiative, it will support also this initiative. We are also coordinating a program called Food Systems Resilience Program. This is a program that is implemented by countries, but coordinated by CADESA in Southern Africa. All the pockets in the continent, they are driving this program. It's funded by the World Bank. So one example of what we are focusing on, which will benefit from the work that we are expected to do under this initiative, is developing what we call a regional compendium or a catalog. But this catalog will focus on resilience enhancing technologies, innovations, and management practices. So in that catalog or compendium, we need to be able to give or to quantify in terms of emissions, that if we are saying somebody should adopt a certain practice, how much of emissions are you maybe reducing? How much of carbon are you storing maybe in the soil? So the evidence must be there for people to make informed choices. And then what we've also discovered under this program is we may do all these technologies, innovations, and management practices. As I said previously, initially, that the people who need to adopt are the farmers. There has always been a concern that the language that we use, especially with scientists, farmers cannot understand. So how do we break it down? So CADESA, under the FSRP program, we have partnered with Purdue University under an initiative called Scientific Animations Without Borders. So they develop what we call short videos. And these videos are videos based on scientific content. And the language there that is used is the local languages that is used in your countries, in the rural areas. So whatever message that you want to convey, it is easy for farmers to understand. And these messages can be carried in your phones, it can be carried in many gadgets. So it's one initiative which I feel also with the work that we are doing, if you want farmers to understand, even the indigenous ones, what are we talking about when we talk of carbon? What are we talking about when we talk of greenhouse gas emissions? We can use those initiatives to advance our methods, our messages. Now in closing, I want to commend all who have contributed to the work that has been done, allowing us to get to this stage where we are launching this initiative, and the University of Pretoria, Future Africa, for hosting this event and assuming a critical role in ensuring that there is collaboration in what we are doing. And I wish to assure all of us that CADESA will remain a key player in supporting this strategic initiative from a regional perspective. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mabuza, for those remarks. Just been encouraged, or rather reminded about what you just said about us talking to ourselves, because sometimes we've been spending a lot of time preaching to the converted. And rather than talking to people that may not understand our language better, and just that initiative that you've talked about, where scientific information is communicated in a way that will be more understandable to policymakers and also to our farmers. And it is our hope that even through this initiative, we'll be able to complement the works that CADESA is doing in that space, because that is a critical area to look at the way we are communicating and who we are communicating with. It is now my honor and privilege to introduce to the podium His Excellency Philip Hewitt, New Zealand High Commissioner, to come and deliver his opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the stage. Philip.
Raurangatirama, e kuima, e koroma. Tene aku mihi mahana ki a koto. Tena koto, tena koto, tena koto katoa. Good morning, everybody. Sani Bonani and Dumilang. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Sibanda, the board chair of the CGIAR, my new friends, Dr. Mabuza from Kadesa and Mr. Mamabolo from the Department of Agriculture, distinguished delegates. It's a great honour to join you today at this important workshop as we embark on the journey of the Qinisa initiative. I'd like to extend my appreciation to the organisers for inviting me to speak here today, especially my colleague Akim, Professor Tapazwa, our Program Director Florence and her team. The Qinisa initiative represents a step forward in addressing the critical challenges facing agriculture: climate change, sustainability, and food security. As we gather today, we must reflect on the significant challenges agriculture sectors face, both globally and across Africa. The impact of climate change, the need for sustainable food systems, and the ongoing struggle to meet the growing demand for food are issues that we cannot afford to ignore. In this context, the Qinisa initiative is not just timely, it is essential. The success of this initiative hinges on our ability to enable and harness the power of regional knowledge and data, improve coordination among stakeholders, and foster collaboration across borders and sectors. These elements are essential if we are to make meaningful progress in addressing the pressing agriculture challenges before us. No single country holds the key to addressing climate change. It takes global collaboration to achieve the required global impact. It takes regional collaboration to achieve regional impact. And New Zealand is committed to working collaboratively. For this reason, New Zealand was a founding member of the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gas Emissions, and we acknowledge the significant contribution from across Africa. We're welcome that there are now 18 African Global Research Alliance member countries. The key objective of the Global Research Alliance is to grow more food without growing emissions. This objective provides the direction for New Zealand's investments through the Global Research Alliance, and we see the vision of Qinisa as being closely aligned with this objective. New Zealand greatly values the opportunity to contribute to the Qinisa initiative. Without this level of coordination, it would not be possible to enable the effective responses at the local, regional, and global levels to meet the climate challenge. We look forward to working with you all through the Qinisa initiative to continue the relationship with partners under the New Zealand Climate Smart Agriculture Initiative. The Climate Smart Agriculture Initiative is implemented by New Zealand's Ministry for Primary Industries, the New Zealand Agricultural Greenhouse Gas Research Centre, and leverages the network and science of the Global Research Alliance. It is focused on measuring the agricultural livestock emissions to enable Eastern and Southern African countries to accurately count emission reductions towards their national and international climate change commitments, to identify significant mitigation options, and to build livestock greenhouse gas measuring, reporting, and verification systems capacity. Under the activity, a regional greenhouse gas measurement hub has been established in South Africa, enabling collaboration and shared equipment, training, and research. Greenhouse gas livestock inventories have been improved and moved to the Tier 2 across all the participating Eastern and Southern African countries. The ultimate goal of the Climate Smart Agriculture Initiative is to advance the inclusion of Tier 2 emissions factors for livestock and enhanced national determined contributions for participating countries. I'm pleased to report that so far, the Climate Smart Agriculture Initiative has helped 9 African countries complete Tier 2 inventories. Our African partners have reported at least 3 concept notes or proposals have been submitted to donors for activities that build on the Tier 2 inventories. This is helping countries to lead their own agricultural investments using their own data for their specific agricultural productivity and mitigation needs. New Zealand is excited about the opportunity to build on the climate smart agriculture work through Qinisa, and I urge other partners to join us in supporting the initiative. Together, we can build a future where agricultural systems are resilient, sustainable, and capable of feeding the world. Thank you once again for your commitment to this cause. I look forward to the fruitful discussions, outcomes, and actions that will emerge from this workshop. Ngā mihi nui, ngia maunga. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give him another hand. There is just some beauty of, that is just embraces or surrounds the speeches by New Zealand, or even when it comes to rugby, when we're starting with the haka, it's just beautiful. Yeah, but just in a nutshell, when Philip was starting his speech, he's acknowledging us all here. He's also acknowledging our people in the past, and he's also acknowledging our people in the future. Yeah. And one key great thing that I've seen living in that country is just the way we have embraced traditional knowledge in the way we do things. And I wish we could get back to this in Africa, go back to our roots, use the knowledge that our ancestors have always had, and let's not even be ashamed about it and the traditions that we hold so dear to. New Zealand is doing it. We can also do it. Thank you, Philip, for those inspiring remarks. Thank you. Wow, I have a very huge task now to introduce the main speaker for today. The last time I was given this task, I did not sleep because I had to think of, because just how I'm going to summarize my notes in introducing her. So what I did, I just got whatever was on internet, looked at the scripts, tried to make a summary, but it did not work. Then I reverted to AI. So please, my friend, help me. I want to make sure I do not leave out anything in the introduction, but AI did something but was not very helpful because all I needed were 3 sentences, bullet points, and it was very difficult. And I was placed in this same situation last night again. I have to introduce her again. So She is a distinguished animal scientist and a practicing farmer, serving as a policy advisor to numerous African governments and global institutions. She has served on numerous boards, and for example, she serves as a member of the SDG 12.3 champions working to accelerate progress towards reducing food loss and waste by 2030. She is a goalkeeper dedicated to accelerating progress towards the global sustainable goals from grassroots to global. Professor Lindiwe Majele Sibanda is also serves as an extraordinary professor at the University of Pretoria in the Department of Animal Sciences in the Faculty of Natural and Agricultural Sciences. I wanted to conclude this just by saying she is the 2024 Global Award recipient of Swaminathan Global Leadership Award in India. And that is a great accomplishment. We are so proud of you, and we are happy to have you as our main speaker to introduce the Qinisa. I know I haven't been pronouncing it well, so that's one of your tasks, to teach us how it should be pronounced. Thank you. You're welcome. Please, let's welcome Professor Sibanda.
Good morning, colleagues. Let me apologize for my voice. I promise I did not bring anything deadly. I got it all from South Africa. The hotel room I was in was being painted, and I didn't realize, so all the fumes got into me, and I lost my voice. But it's slowly coming back. If it disappears, there's backup. Someone can take over, because Qinisa belongs to all of us. Qinisa. Yebo. It's a joy to be back here. I want to recognize the High Commissioner of New Zealand, our dear friend, Philip Hewitt. Thank you so much for believing in us. Thank you so much for the resources that you have provided. But most important, thank you so much for Akim. I had the honor of being hosted by the New Zealand government 2 months ago. He is a jewel there, but as our host government representative has said, he's one of us, and we cannot let you down when we are led by one of us. So thank you so much for this gift. I also want to recognize in absentia the French embassy, because as my colleague Prof. Tafazo said, they planted the seed. Through the club program that they invested in Future Africa, we're able to mobilize the network that led to the continuation into Qinisa. We request you, Your Excellency, High Commissioner, to hold hands with not just the French embassy, but all other embassies. And it is my hope that in our next convening, you will host us together with your colleagues, so that the evidence we are generating can not just stay here in the region, but can go global and help us to inform the global agenda. So that's our ask to you. I want to thank our regional bodies that host us, and thank you for the government of South Africa, which has been an excellent host for not just the science we do, but also holding in high esteem and investing hard, not only in national programs, but internationally. I think you're one of few African governments that even contribute to FAO and to the CGIAR. So we really honor that as an excellent example. To CADESA and SADC, most impressed by the new strategy you're working on. If we don't lead with a roadmap, there is no way that all the work we are doing in research can make a difference. So it's so refreshing to have a mother body that puts science first, that looks for evidence, but most important, what you said, what's the value proposition? what is the return on investment when we put money in research? And I think we've all been challenged. And for Qinisa, we need to declare the value proposition for the stakeholders, but more important, measure at the end of the day and account what is it that each of our stakeholders will get by participating in Qinisa. So colleagues, I will not go through the entire protocol. I've tried to address the high table, but I just want to say it's amazing the gathering we have today. I've asked my colleagues, the hosts, to just try and project the list of participants who are here. I've had the privilege to go through that list. It's an amazing, diverse group. If we can hold this together, there is no way we will fail to deliver on the objectives of Qinisa. So let's keep the circle tight. Let's expand it, because all the brains, the key stakeholders for delivering on the promise are here. So here we go on Qinisa. What is Qinisa? I suppose I've been asked to deliver this keynote because I'm one of many, maybe few, who can pronounce Qinisa well. But when we were looking for a name, it was after the phase 1 of this project. I think the lights are distorting the presentation a bit. If you can duck just the front row. And we were clear that we wanted something that looks at regional knowledge and data on agriculture greenhouse gases. That was a given. We wanted a regional initiative. We wanted collaboration. But most important, we wanted to cement the research partnerships. So what are we here to do? To strengthen. And what's the Zulu word for strengthen? Is Qinisa. So Qinisa means to strengthen collaboration, to strengthen partnerships, but most important, to regionally deliver on a common cause. So Qinisa, if you can say that 10 times before you go to bed, you'll dream about it and you'll pronounce it right. The background in terms of the context has been given. If the slides can move in tandem, I would appreciate. There is no press here. We all know the problem, and thanks for the excellent introductory video that was given. And thanks for the overview that's been given by the presenters who've come ahead of me. As a region, as Africa, we've always emphasized adaptation. I was involved with Fanapan. We always fought no agriculture is no deal, because we know that agriculture is both a problem and a solution for climate change. But when it comes to measurement, we always felt as Africa, there is no need, next slide please, to mitigate. Why? We always argued that our cattle graze in the veldt. They produce lobola, the cattle that we need. They are always starved, they don't get much to eat, and they produce the organic matter that fertilizes the soil, and we rarely feed them on grain. So why should we mitigate where collectively we know we don't produce more than 2% of the greenhouse gases that are globally emitted? However, it's been proven by research done by ILRI, and more recently I've seen statistics from New Zealand and members of the GHG network that have proven that it's those cattle that we underfeed, that we feed on poor quality feed, that have higher emissions. And yet we were complacent that if our cattle are free ranging, because we're not measuring. So, because we've made a commitment under the Paris Agreement that we will be signatories to that agreement, we will strive to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We have no choice but to measure. And in that measurement process, we need the right skills from the researchers. We need to store our data so that it's accessible. We need to inform our policymakers so that when they make pledges, they are evidence-based pledges. So that's why, as agriculture community, we need to work together. There is no one institution that can have all the instruments, all the knowledge, and all the human power to address this challenge. Hence the need to collaborate, to share what we generate as public goods, which is the information. So we have to contribute in the measurement process. Next slide. So, where did we start? As has been said, this initiative started in 2022 with what we called phase 1. In phase 1, we did a literature search. Who is doing what on greenhouse gas emissions in our region? We looked at desk studies, we consulted people, we had a stakeholder consultation workshop. Next slide. What was our objective? We wanted to understand the operational environment of the agricultural greenhouse gas management and the measurements. Who is doing what? Through a situation analysis, we managed to gain some insights into this landscape and to understand the players, their focus, their partnerships, their gaps in what they're doing, and the opportunities for collaboration became very clear. What do we know? Next slide. In terms of knowledge we gathered, we were able to reach out to 82 key stakeholders who are actively researching on this subject. Can you imagine? They were all dissipated in the region. Some knew each other, some didn't know each other, some were duplicating, some were looking for equipment to buy, and yet the equipment was just a few kilometers from them because there was no platform for sharing this information. We got very good responses, and out of the research themes that were covered, we were quite spread out thinly, but livestock comprised 53% of the research work that was being done, alongside with crops, soils, and pastures. So for CADESA, as you're establishing your soil hub, we have the data to show you who is doing what on soils in terms of mitigation, carbon capture from the database we have already built. In terms of funding, we found that it was mainly short-term investments and that the amounts being invested were very limited because everybody was doing their own thing, and yet if they connected, we could have a larger program that brings responses faster but in a more efficient way. The infrastructure was a challenge. 60% of the researchers indicated that they lack the necessary infrastructure for doing the research that they require. And as I said, it was all fragmented and not coordinated. Therefore, next slide, the key message that we got from that phase 1, mainly in 2022-23, was that number 1, we need to be generating the agriculture greenhouse gas data and knowledge and storing it in an accessible way. Number 2, we need to enhance the capacities and capabilities of our researchers. Number 3, we need to optimize the use of the research resources and have a strong value proposition. There's no point enjoying, romancing with the research and self-serving. It has to be for a purpose. So we need a strong value proposition of what are we doing, who are we doing it for, where will they find this product, and how will we maintain the connection. With that, hence the establishment of Qinisa that we are launching today. You may want to then ask, what are the Qinisa goals? Number 1, we aim to strengthen collaboration and leadership. We are going to establish, manage, and maintain a strong community of leaders. You are the leaders that come from research institutions, from the public sector, from the private sector, civil society, and development partners, because without leadership, we will not be able to deliver on the promise. Number 2, we are going to foster research and investment alignment. There is no point doing short-term, targets without prioritizing. So we will ensure that we share experiences, we prioritize together. Number 3, we want to strengthen capacity and capabilities. We want to share those capabilities and capacities. Nowadays, we don't talk much of capacity building. We talk about capacity sharing and capacity strengthening. Thank you. Thank you. Then number 4, and most important to me, enhance communication and dissemination of knowledge. Generate the data, process it, package it, and target the right constituencies that need to use it. Now, who are those constituencies? Next slide. We need to have value propositions. To our governments, our value proposition is that we are going to support you in setting, monitoring, and tracking nationally determined contribution targets. More often, we go into global conferences without our baseline data. When targets are called out, we are the first to put our hands and sign up. When we come back home, we cannot validate where we are and what it will take to achieve those targets. So as Qinisa, we are committing to serving our governments with the baseline and accompanying them in measuring and providing the data. We're also going to facilitate access to international climate finance by providing validated greenhouse gas data and developing research proposals that can then receive the funding that we will monitor across our network. And most important, we will support evidence-based policy development. When we are called upon to provide the evidence, it's us, the Qinisa Initiative Hub, that will know where the data is stored and how it is validated and provided to our host governments in the region. What's in it in Qinisa for our research institutions? Number 1, we are going to assist in setting the greenhouse gas research agenda. Let's agree that from CADESA as spelled out, we have a niche area. CADESA should be able to say, through Qinisa, we'll be able to deliver on pillar 1, 2, and 3 according to their strategy. We'll stand up to respond regional level and at national level. For researchers, we want to identify niche areas for targeted research. We want to facilitate capacity sharing of resources and infrastructure. Some of the equipment is so expensive that it doesn't make sense to buy it, keep it in your institution, use it 1 month out of 12 months, yet your colleague in a neighboring institution requires the same. Let's share the resource, but also add value and efficiencies of gain in the work that we do. We will come out stronger. We also want to promote a coordinated response to research calls so that we don't compete, but we complement each other. And most important, we want to aid in resource mobilization for research efforts. As we've heard, the money is available if we don't compete. But if we compete, the givers will fragment the money, and when it's fragmented, none of us will achieve our ultimate goals. It will be a piecemeal approach that does not deliver on the promise. I've covered government, I've covered research institutions. Next slide. What's our value proposition for industry? For industry, we want to facilitate access to regional and international markets by providing validated greenhouse gas footprint data. The couple of boards in private sector that I sit in, Currently, the big issue is sustainability. Are your goods produced in a sustainable manner? Is your supply chain where you source from sustainable? And do you have the evidence? And so many times we lack the validating institution. Yet this is the space where you researchers should be sitting. Because your core business is research, you will not dilute the data, but we fail to get an authoritative validating institution that can say to a global food and beverage company X that we know that in village X, the producers are producing in a sustainable manner and their footprint in terms of greenhouse gas emission is quantified as so much. Can you imagine if we have the instruments, if we have the supply chains, and we become, as Qinisa, the validating institution for our region? How much resources would come just to this initiative? One, we will have the credibility, but two, we will pronounce ourselves as a coordinated network to serve as a certifying institution. So that's what Qinisa aims to bring for industry. Use Qinisa Research Initiative to validate the emissions in your supply chains. For private sector, again, we want to create business-to-business deal-making opportunities via a platform of greenhouse gas research investments. We're talking of carbon trade, we're talking of measuring those emissions and monetizing them. And Qinisa has the opportunity to do that. We also want to facilitate trade and collaboration just amongst researchers, the innovators and investors, so that we sharpen our entry points and the tools and what we deliver to the world. Finally, for the consumers, all of us are consumers, we want to enable evidence-based decisions regarding the environmental footprint of the food choices. Very soon, it won't be just the price of the food, but what it gives to nature, what it takes away from the planet. When you hold a potato, you want to know how far it has traveled to reach your plate and what damage it has caused. Then you will opt, no, I will not have this potato, I would rather have a different food or a potato that is sourced from somewhere else. And Qinisa has the potential to be the certifying institution for all that for our consumers. Next slide. As we move to phase 2, what are we going to do? This is a phase that recently commenced in March, and thanks to all of you for your contributions and data as we were consolidating the information that we've been gathering. We want to now move to a stage where we are, number one, mobilizing collaborative actions by facilitating joint efforts amongst all of you, the participating organizations. We want to establish institutional frameworks where we establish a structure, steering committee, policy and technical support unit, and a program management unit, so that you know which door to knock on. When you want policy advice, we will have people to guide Qinisa in terms of what constitutes good evidence that feeds into policy. We'll also have a unit that is managing Qinisa on a day-to-day basis. We also want to look at how we engage and mobilize more stakeholders. It's good to see a room full of stakeholders, but there's a million more outside that we could bring in. You are the ambassadors to bring in those that have been left behind. And through Qinisa, we want to drive stakeholder engagement and secure resources for reaching all those that we've left behind. And finally, we want to have work plans that we can monitor and be able to deliver on the promise through a coordinated program implementation pathway. Now, what actions will we take? Next slide. Collaborative leadership, I've already highlighted. Research and investment alignment, capacity strengthening, profiling, and awareness raising. That's the phase that we are moving into. What will be the outcomes of all this? Number one, we want an agreed Southern Africa greenhouse gas research agenda aligned to CADESA, strengthening CADESA, but most important, strengthening our own national programs. We want efficient use and optimization of research resources. We want reliable database to inform greenhouse gas policy development. We also want accessible and standardized greenhouse gas data and information. Number 5, we want improved networking and coordination among stakeholders. I'm sure you will agree with me that just by being in this opening session, you've already learned something that you didn't know when you came in here. And based on that, the onus is on you to take it to your constituency. And through this platform, if we continuously enrich each other, there will be less duplication, there will be more impactful feeding into policy processes, but more important, our policies will be evidence-based, and that's the ultimate goal. So who are the partners and who are the current partners? As you can see, we have a list of partners who've been driving this initiative. Thank you to Future Africa, thank you to the University of Pretoria, where the seed was planted, but you now all own this initiative, because a network is only as good as its shareholders. If you don't own it, if there's nothing in it for you, if there's nothing that you bring to it, then it is useless. So find your place, claim your space, and we want to increase the net. So the question is, who can partner with Qinisa? We are looking for private, public research institutions. We are looking for regional and international agencies. Thanks to FAO, they're already here with us. Thanks to ILRI and other networks, they're here with us. But that's not all. As you know, there are many in the region that are not sitting here. We're looking for academic institutions. Can you think within your own network, who have you worked with, who should be part of Qinisa? Let's expand the tent. Farmers, business and industry. This is the platform for you. And development institutions, funders and foundations, and all the other stakeholders. The beauty with agriculture and food systems is everybody has a stake in what we do. The call to action, come to the table. Come and contribute your expertise. Come and contribute your resources. Come and contribute your leadership. Only then, when we are together, can we make Qinisa happen. What a joy it is to be launching Qinisa now with a room full of leaders who are now the shareholders to take the flag forward. I thank you. Okay.
So it's about TikTok and Facebook.
Okay. Thank you.
Wow. How do you feel after that presentation? Warmed up? But the question is, what's the next stage? How do we keep the fire burning? We have generated a lot of momentum, starting with CADESA, our partners within the Department of Agriculture, who actually spearheaded that. And even internally, we've got good news from South Africa that they are putting up a center that will be coordinating these issues within the nation, which Qinisa will be feeding from. I think we'll be getting more information about that as we go forward. It's such a joy to be here today. And like Prof has just mentioned, we are the leaders and we are the ones, the people, to take this forward. We are just going to have, I would say, 3 solidarity messages coming from the FAO. Then there's also the Institute of Sciences of Societies and Sustainable Development in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Unfortunately, Dr. Angela Ibanda, the director of the institute, was unable to travel. I think we had a few challenges with getting her approval, but she prepared a well-written submission, which I'll ask you that we include in our minutes. We may not present it today, but we could share it with everyone and include in our minutes for this meeting or report for this meeting. So we'll only have 2 messages presented, very short messages, about 2 minutes each. It's my honor to just introduce to the podium Dr. Lewis Hobe. Dr. Hobe is a coordinator of FAO's resilience work in Southern Africa. He has experience in designing and implementing agricultural research and development programs with special focus on stakeholder farms. Recently, Dr. Hobe has been leading FAO's Southern Africa office to support climate smart agriculture with a focus on conservation agriculture. Dr. Hobe, please.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Mwape. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to just write on the protocols that have been established. But recognizing Dr. Lindiwe Majele-Sibanda, His Excellency the High Commissioner, the Government of South Africa, and CADESA, and other partners that are with us today. So I think after listening to Professor Sibanda, as FAO, we already see the critical importance of this initiative. The Qinisa initiative is very clearly something that will help FAO achieve its own mandate in support of member states. I think the climate crisis, we all know, we are seeing it, we're experiencing it right now. We are just coming out of El Nino, we are going to La Nina. Yes, the ENSO system has been with us for a while, but the patterns are changing so dramatically and drastically that we need to find solutions to cope, to adapt. As FAO, we have a climate change strategy that guides us. Our work is driven by our members, which are the countries. And as FAO, we have a strategy that guides us in terms of what we do and how we support our members to achieve their climate change goals. And the ultimate, what we would like to see in terms of our climate change strategy is that the agri-food systems are inclusive, they are resilient, they are sustainable, and they are able to help communities adapt to climate change, but also contribute to low emission economies. This is what we hope to achieve with our climate change. Of course, the ultimate goal is for FAO is to make sure that there's food security, healthy diets, safe food, sufficient food. And we want to work with all partners that are in this space. What we should congratulate this initiative about is the coordination. I just want to emphasize a few points that they've already mentioned as critical. The coordination is really critical for us to achieve what we want to achieve. So we can only be effective if we are better coordinated, and we are actually using when we are coordinated, as Prof said, we use our resources better. Our investments are better targeted to those areas, to those priority areas that can make a difference on the people's lives. And the usual thing about research is that sometimes you want to really achieve your research goals, but you forget to actually make sure that they're translated into tangible benefits for the communities. And I just want to, as she said earlier, we, the development partners like FAO, we are here to take those results and translate them into programs, projects that are going to make differences on people's lives. This is what we as the FAO can bring to this, but we can also contribute to this initiative. And we like the credible, reliable data that is likely to come from this network. This is critical. We develop programs, we develop projects for our member states, and we lack this data. These data are quite critical, the greenhouse gas data. Right now, as we speak, the member states requested us to work with SADC to develop a regional program on emission factors, strengthening what has already been done in some of the countries. There are some countries which still have gaps. They want to have all these factors for all the critical land use systems that are being used, that are in Southern Africa. And they would like to be able, as Speaker said earlier on, to use this for resource mobilization, both within themselves, within the countries, and also international funded financial windows. This is something I think that is going to be of immediate use. So now for us as FAO, we have a one-stop shop where we can just go to Qinisa and say who is doing what, and we can work with them to achieve what the member states want. I think one thing I can just request is there's a focus on agriculture, but I think we should probably try to look at agri-food systems and go beyond because agriculture focuses too much on production, and we need to probably look at it as an agri-food system approach that will help us to capture all the issues that need to be captured and that need to be addressed by all of us. I think as FAO, we are happy to be part of this. I cannot declare that FAO is joining because we are a big bureaucracy and we have to go through a lot of processes for us to actually join this. But we are with you. We are part of this process. We will work with you. We will definitely consider to be a member of this brilliant initiatives. So without taking more time, I just want to say congratulations to those who have been working behind the scenes to make sure that this is a success. I've seen she presented the journey where they've come from, and it's important that we congratulate them and we will support you as FAO. We are ready to work with you on this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Howe, for those encouraging words. I'll now invite Dr. Sepo Hachigonta, Director of Strategic Partnerships at the National Research Foundation, NRF, in South Africa. His expertise includes stakeholder engagement with the public and private sector, networking, cultivating and nurturing strategic partnerships with stakeholders across the continent, the globe, and across sectors. Dr. Hachigonta.
Thank you, Program Director. Thanks for inviting the National Research Foundation. And just as for the protocols as well, His Excellency, the Ambassador, thanks as well for joining. And all senior leaders from the region are very much acknowledged. Just to start, unlike FAO, we are not too bureaucratic. So I was actually surprised not to see the logo of the National Research Foundation as part of the network, having had so many good conversations with Akim and team over the last couple of weeks. So please include us it might not be completely new. We might actually tap in the existing instruments that we have as a National Research Foundation. For those of you that are not familiar with the National Research Foundation, we're a public entity in South Africa, the largest public funding entity actually in the continent. Our mandate is both to support research, skills development, as well as conduct research through our many national facilities that we have. Besides that, aligned as well with the network, the issues around communicating science with a broader publics, I think that's always a key, and it's always needed. So within the pipeline of the research that we find a suite of research, or from emerging researchers, mostly postgraduate, all the way up to high-end programming in terms of research and development. So this is 5 to 15-year spectrum of funding through our research chairs and centers of excellence. Our largest clientele, of course, we support the universities, public universities, the 26, 27 universities in South Africa, as well as universities in the continent. The act of the NRF was changed in 2017-18 to start funding outside the continent. So we are quite excited to be part of these growing networks. Some of the programs that we see value based on the value proposition as well, that has been very clearly articulated, of course, is the tapping into the existing networks that we have as a collective and tapping into the networks of networks as we go forward. The other component is linked to the challenge. If you look at greenhouse gas emissions, it's not just a challenge, there's also opportunities for networking, resource mobilization, and the data measuring and informing the policy systems. So I think we see a lot of value with regards to that. Where we see our entry points, firstly, is linked to the consolidation of or focus of some of our funding in terms of supporting the initiative, in terms of the research that will be happening. I think that one we can easily look at the existing instruments within the NRF to support some of the works that will be happening. Number 2 is linked to capacity development. We fund at the moment almost 6,000 or 7,000 PhD, masters and honor students. So that element of skills development, we see a lens of supporting that, as well as some of the research that's done by our postgraduates. I think there can be a link to that. We work closely as well with Arua. We work with Future Africa already. So look at how we can consolidate some of the works that we're already supporting the network, and how we can increase that as we go forward. Mobility, it's always a challenge to get both students and researchers to move around the continent. I think we can jump into there to look at how this network can start facilitating those movements within the continent. We usually find that our students, or even our researchers, it's easier for them to partner outside the continent compared to inside the continent. I think this initiative opens up those doors, and we are ready to engage you further on how we can support those intra-Africa mobility. Linked to the strong capacity as well with New Zealand, agriculture, as well as greenhouse gas emission, I think we've got a lot of experience, a lot of models, and a lot of expertise in terms of leadership. Would like to maybe take that forward as well, engaging at a higher level, maybe activating at a stronger lens with government bilateral, South Africa, science, technology, innovation, but amplifying the theme of agriculture and greenhouse gas emissions. So I think we need to take that forward. I think from the South African perspective as well, if we strengthen that lens of bilateral and the component of this initiative within that, it to simplify our programming with regards to funding, joint funding, and opening up doors for the region. Similar within the SADC element as well, with CADESRA, I think there's opportunity within SADC at a ministerial level to look at how the SADC region can better align within this initiative as you are leading. But again, just amplifying the role of, potential role of New Zealand and their expertise, experience, and how we can learn from them. So quite excited that we are here and looking at taking up the conversation as we go forward. Thank you.
this marks the end of the scene-setting session. Just join me in thanking the speakers for the morning. We've had excellent remarks from His Excellency. We've had excellent remarks from government, and we've had wonderful, excellent remarks from CADESA. Just join me in just thanking them again. Thank you, Professor Lindiwe, for the excellent presentation and the launch of the Qinisa initiative. We are grateful that you would be with us today at this meeting. And thanks to our two colleagues from FAO and also NRA for those solidarity messages. May we just thank our colleagues. Please help me with that too. I think I would have wanted to say this is the last time you are seeing me, but probably I'll come back again. But I will just hand over to Coletta to just take us forward. She's going to coordinate. I think Qinisa is all about coordination. Even the photo session has to be coordinated. Thank you.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we can all walk to the front to get a group picture. We want to take this picture as quickly as we can. So I'll ask all our dignitaries to be on the ground floor, and then the rest of us can join them at the back here on stage. Let's do this as quickly as possible, and then we'll take instructions from our photographer who's there at the back. And soon after that, if we do it quickly enough, we go and take a quick break. Thank you very much.
Dr. Linde Dutoit, who is coming in to take us in the next 1 hour. Thank you very much, Dr. Linde. Dr. Linde is from the University of Pretoria and has been instrumental in shaping the Qinisa program. I'm going to call it QI, much easier. QI if you can't push. Thank you very much. Dr. Linde comes through. Can we welcome him?
Good morning, everybody. Lovely to be here. I think if Dr. Nerera calls it QI, there might be a few strange questions popping out. So we'll practice saying Qinisa. Yeah. Okay. After this morning session, we had a great introduction on the project and the whole world forward, and a very comprehensive overview of what the organizers of this program foresees. And I think everybody's role, including government, private sector, academia, in getting to this goal and keeping the goal sustained. I think that's very, very important to foresee the long-term effects of this exercise and to ensure food sustainability and quality. So moving on from that, we're now moving to the section in the program of finding out where we currently are in terms of agricultural greenhouse gas research in the region, both from livestock, crops and soils. And the title of this session is A Critical Role of Agricultural Greenhouse Gas Research. We spoke about primary data. We can't do anything without baseline data and primary data to move forward and to inform our decisions on when to go next. So in this session, we will see or hear where the livestock sector is in terms of current research. We'll focus on the crops and soils, and then move over to the industry and hear from the industry perspective of where they see the research needs and where we as researchers in the field can then support industry moving forward. So without further ado, our first speaker I'd like to call up is Dr. Claudia Arendt. Claudia is a senior research scientist at ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute, with expertise in sustainable livestock systems. Her research focuses on optimizing nutrient utilization efficiency to reduce the use of natural resources and environmental impact from livestock systems. Claudia, thank you very much for joining, and looking very much forward to hearing your ideas.
Good morning, everybody. I'm just waiting for my presentation to come up. In the meantime, so I'm leading the Mazangira Center at ILRI. It's a greenhouse gas measurement hub for livestock. We're also looking at environmental impact of livestock, but the focus is really on greenhouse gases. We have a small but very efficient team of scientists working interdisciplinary. So I'm the enteric methane person from the animal emissions. We have a colleague working on manure emissions, another colleague who's specialized on biogas emissions. Then we also have eddy covariance towers that look at carbon fluxes. And here I'm going to be focusing, if you go a little bit closer still, it's still a little bit bigger than how the first slide looked. Yeah. While you come closer with the projector. No, I think you just need to move closer. Much closer even. That slide has still lots to go, like lots of text on there. So I first have like the introduction why livestock is important. We do know why livestock is important in this group. I don't think I need to go over it again. But one thing I'd like to reiterate is the importance of methane. So livestock contributes, or agriculture itself actually contributes more methane to the global anthropogenic emissions than does the oil and gas industry. That is methane, not CO2. Often that gets confused by people. So, and the methane that comes from agriculture is mostly enteric methane, mostly from livestock. And why there is currently this hype around methane, and I don't know if everybody is aware of that, and reducing emissions from livestock is because methane is a short-lived climate pollutant. It has an average lifespan of 12 years. If we reduce it now, we will see the effect in 12 years. If we want to stay within the limit of 2 degrees of global warming, we need to reduce these short-lived climate pollutants like methane. It's still not good. And we also need to reduce CO2, don't get me wrong. But if we don't reduce methane and other short-lived climate pollutants right now, we will not stay within the limit of 2 degrees warming, which will lead to a tipping point where we're going to get more methane released from wetlands and from the permafrost and so on. So that is why we're focusing so much on methane right now. I hope that is new for some people. I just think it's always important to also point that out why we're working so much on it. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be reducing nitrous oxide from agriculture as well. And it doesn't mean livestock just need to reduce. We all need to reduce. And yes, oil and gas is also a big contributor, but like we just need to really make sure we're all contributing to reducing emissions, because we all admit we can all do better. It's still when we look at the livestock value chain of sub-Saharan Africa, most emissions, so blue indicates methane, the brown here is nitrous oxide, so 70% is methane, about 25% is nitrous oxide emissions, and really little is CO2. In South Africa, that will probably look a little bit different because you have more mechanization than in most of the sub-Saharan African countries, so I'm assuming that this part will actually get a little bit bigger, the other ones get a little bit smaller. What we're going to face in Africa compared to other regions, we're going to see a population increase, doubling in population from 210 to 250. We're going to see the same increase in demand for animal food. This will not happen in countries like Europe, where we actually see stagnant populations and where high meat consumption is already happening. A thing to also point out when we're looking at this, because I often hear we need to change diets to reduce emissions, this is a global north perspective, and I'm sure rich people here in the city can also reduce. And South Africans, probably they also like their meat. Kenyans also like their meat. If they could eat meat all the time, they would. But like, there are people who can reduce their meat consumption here, but like, the average person eats a fourth of protein, animal protein, compared to Europe, of an African person. In 250, it's going to be a third. It's still going to be a lot less, but we're going to see an increase in livestock production, so we need to deal with that. We need to reduce emissions per product, really, to make sure that our increase in emissions is not going to be as big as projected from the animal, from population growth and the demand for animal protein that we will need to meet. When we look at national determined contribution commitments, we have some African countries that have commitments to reduce emissions. I'm not quite sure why, maybe you will enlighten me during the workshop. Southern Africa is not that big in committing reducing emissions on the livestock side, from what I understand. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe that's been updated since. But you guys actually have tools in place to measure your emissions, because you actually have some sort of tier 2 inventories. That means that you're not just taking animal numbers, multiplying by the emission factor. Meanwhile, Western Africa, which has commitments, they actually don't have the tools in place to measure, like, get good agricultural livestock emission accounting and account for the mitigation, because they're just currently on a tier 1 inventory, which is an animal number by emission factor, and is not taking animal productivity into account, which you need to if you want to look at emissions per product. So the capacity to track emission does not match ambitions. This is just giving overview on countries that actually have measurement equipment in place for enteric methane. So just look at it at your own time. Not very many, to be honest, given we have 54 countries and we have like 10 countries having something in place. When we did a literature review on looking what the studies around emissions are, we saw that enteric emission, there were 20 studies. This included animal studies and activity data, so farm data collection to calculate emissions. Manure studies, when it came to looking at manure, only 6 studies on cattle we found. This is a review from 2022, and 0 on small ruminants. And these manure emission studies were actually all from my lab. And then for mitigation, we had even fewer studies, 5 studies that looked at cattle and 2 that looked at sheep. That was basically our lab, and was South Africa who was doing the work. So there's lots to do. And we're looking at how accurate our measurements are. So this looked at tier 2, so this when we're looking at productivity compared to just using the emission factor that is given for Africa by IPCC, which is a national standard for calculating emissions for livestock. We actually found that our tier 2 predictions, this is for the case for Ethiopia, may look different for some other countries. In Ethiopia, we found that the tier 2 predictions were about 20 to 37% lower than the tier 1. So now if Ethiopia would actually switch to a tier 2, they would actually see overall emissions are maybe a little bit lower than what we're assuming. But then we also compared different tier 2 methodologies. So there's the international acknowledged standard, which is the IPCC, and then there's an Australian model. And we found a 30% difference between these 2 models. And we assumed they should actually be the same. So we're a little bit wondering. The thing is that these models are based on global north data. It's principally much bigger animals than we have and higher producing animals. So we're extrapolating out of the data cloud that was originally used. Now it's a little bit scientific. If there's a slope bias, the bias is going to be bigger the further you go away from the original data cloud. Then now I have a different study we're working on. This is actually a 10-year-old study in Tanzania that was done by University of Aarhus with the Sokoine University. And they had never published it, but they actually measured intake of feedlot cattle to see, is feedlotting better? In productivity, it was on a meat production thing, but it's like, well, I want to know what's on emissions, because we are really interested, is feedlotting better on an emission basis? So we did actually find, because I think the problem is not in the calculating the emissions, it's in the intake predictions. And we actually found that the IPCC here in orange, the predicted intake, was much lower than the actual intake that we measured. So the next step that I want to do since years already, but next year we're finally getting to it, we're actually looking at a database with with African studies to predict intake in these animals, to actually see if we get our own equations to predict emissions to get more accurate accounting, and to have more accurate accounting for mitigation strategies. That is another thing, because this international standards, here we had IPCC was actually greater than what, we were greater in emissions than what IPCC said compared to the studies we had, and this is a conversion factor. So there's like, I guess my message is there's a lot of difference that we find with the standardized method that we should all be using for calculating greenhouse gas emission inventories. And I think I've talked to Gail as well yesterday, and they found also inconsistencies, but on the other side, they found it higher, we found it lower for something. So it really depends on the type of animals you're using. So there are different mitigation strategies now when it comes to livestock production. The bold strategies are actually strategies that go through system, because I classified it by system, because we really like one strategy may work really well for zero grazing systems, but it may not work for grazing without any supplementation, because often the tools we have currently, animals need to be consuming it all the time. So how do you give a feed to the animal all the time if it runs around in the pasture? That's very difficult to have mitigation. So possible strategies that go across are tanninal forest forages, herd management, feed and forage management, and these are also strategies like the sort of climate smart agriculture practice, so we'll talk about it later a little bit. But I also wanted to talk about what is going on with these strategies within Africa. So we have currently a project that's funded by Gates and Bezos Earth Foundation. That's also in Icarda, so in Lebanon and in Colombia, and we're going through our gene banks, going through forages that we have to see if we have forages that could reduce emissions. And then if we find that on the laboratory side, then we're going to put it into the animal to see if it also works in the animal. Because often it works in the lab, but then if you feed it to the animal, you have no effect whatsoever. So that is a big project that's going to run for 4 more years that we're running. Then we have West Africa under CIRAD. They had the CASEX project. So they've supplemented animals with crop byproducts. It was in a rangeland setting. So they found that it actually reduced emissions. So they also have the publication here. I'm assuming that this is shared later. So I put the links for all the publications if you're interested, so you can actually click on them. And then they're going to look at shrub forage banks to reduce enteric methane emissions. This is a future project that the Global Methane Hub is funding. Then this is from ARC. So they are working on finding the right genetics for the right environment. You probably know much better than me about all of this. So they're looking at adaptation. They want animals that are well adapted to the environment, but also mitigate that have lower emissions and are resilient to climate change, especially if you're going into a drought scenario again. So ARC is working on that. Then we have also our group, which is the African Dairy Genetic Gains Program. They got money from Gates at the CG. They're looking at, they have a handheld methane laser. They're trying to look at low methane emitting animals. There is a big initiative from the Global Methane Hub right now. They have lots of money. And we've handed in a combined project between them, so ADDG, the West Africans, and ARC to do this research on a bigger scale to see if we find any genetic marker for lower emitting animals. They have actually some in Canada defined already. So now we want to look if we can find some of the genetics here for that as well. So that is a bigger project that we anticipate to come through the Global Methane Hub. I guess the funders, again, are Bezos Earth Foundation and probably Gates, but they also have other funders. But yeah. Then I just wanted to talk in general, because a lot of these mitigation strategies actually are not profitable for the farmer, except if you go into climate smart strategies, because they are supposed to increase productivity as well, make the animal more adapted, and also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is a definition of a climate-smart strategy. So usually if you increase, this is production of an animal, you reduce the fixed cost of keeping it alive, you reduce emissions per product. That is how that works, because the feed that goes and emits goes towards keeping the animal alive. The proportion is just less. So you're increasing your variable cost to produce more milk, you have less fixed cost if you think about it as a factory. This is just showing it with milk production. So these animals are producing little milk, these are producing more, and this is emissions per kilogram of milk, and you see how it goes down. But you actually get already a really nice sort of like lower emissions and rapid reduce if an animal produces about 2,000, 2,500 kilograms of milk a year. If she lactates for 300 days, we're looking at 6-8 kilograms of milk per day. I think these are reachable targets. We also looked at animal health. We got a data set and we actually found, so this is more of like, because it's more complicated because you have to look over a longer time period. So we found a data set. We actually found that if we reduce the calf mortality in Kenya from rangeland cattle, from pastoral cattle, to 0, we would have additional protein. So 0 is not really the target we can go to, but it would increase animal protein to give to 3.5 million people in Kenya, given the current consumption of meat. So if you could just do half of it, we would still feed an additional 1.7 million. And it would reduce emissions by 6%. And we did the same thing in Tanzania for miscarriages. So we would have enough milk and beef for 1 million extra people if we could just prevent miscarriages of these animals. And also in Tanzania, if the cow has a miscarriage, they will not drink the milk because you don't know why she had the miscarriage. So you have also that wasted milk. So it's just, and these are actually target everybody should be working on because it's also welfare, it's animal welfare. It's not just emissions. I'm just showing it to you in emissions perspective and food security, right? Then there's other things like breed management you can work on. I'm not going to talk about it more. It's just like herd composition management is also an important leverage. And there's also, we need to generate data to see what's more important and what costs us the least money, to be honest. And civil pastoralism could also be, depending on where you are, but need to be studied more. We know that one of the strategies is not going to be enough to reach the 30% reductions we need. That's what I forgot to say. So we actually need to reduce emissions by 30%. One strategy is not going to hit it. So we need a combination of strategies. So we were trying to do a combination. The green ones is a modeling of a combination of strategies. We're actually getting close to emission reductions per product to 30%. The only problem was a little bit that all the emissions went up except for these two strategies because our animals are now producing more. So they're eating more because they're more healthy. So overall, this animal will produce more. So if we have more animals, we're going to have more emissions. Unless we say we're reaching a certain production and then we're reducing animal numbers. Eventually that will happen, but we're not there yet because you see that population is growing. But if we're not doing better, the emission increases we're going to see are even higher. We also looked if you have multiple practices. That's actually an on-farm study. It was no climate smart practices defined, 1 to 2, 3 to 4, and more than 5. So in an extensive system, we saw milk production going up, emissions per product going down. We didn't see it for the semi-intensive and the intensive system. But it was a farm study. It was so a lot of variability, but we saw it clearly for the extensive systems. The only problem was that there are costs associated with implementing these practices. So these are the costs here. So up to 3 cents per liter of milk. So that actually shows that the farmer would need to have actually some support to implement these practices. And these are the costs per liter of milk. So this is actually the profit. If it's negative, it's a profit. So farmers would always make a profit from implementing these practices. And at the same time, they would be reducing emissions per kilogram of fat and protein corrected milk. So that's what's showing down here. And especially down here, you see. So we can actually have practices. If the farmers want to produce more milk, there are practices they can implement to do so, and it will be profitable. But maybe a barrier for them is actually they don't have the capital to do that. So that's something we may want to look into. And yes, takeaways. Livestock emissions in Africa are on the rise just because population is growing. And maybe population is not going to grow as much as predicted. Who knows? Like they're predicting from 2010 to 250. Lots of that may change. The capacity for monitoring emission and mitigation is not so big. We need to build more, or like previously said, share our facilities more, because I also have to say we have cattle emission chambers in my lab since 2014. We have up to now run 5 experiments in this. And we have 3 chambers for cows and 3 for sheep, 5 for both of them. So we haven't been using it. This year, we're running 2. So because now there's suddenly a need for it, because it's very expensive to use these facilities. So there wasn't really, it's there. And like I know Linda has a sheep chamber sitting here too. When is it last? How many trials have you run? Oh, but is this your second one? But it's we built these really expensive facilities with funding, and then they were just sitting there for a very long time, and now there's some attention to livestock emissions that we're using them. But they have been sitting there for very long, so if there was a student from somewhere else and some funding to use them during this time, it probably would have been very welcome, to be honest. Yeah, we need to look at the IPCC methodology to see what's going on there and get maybe our own equations. We need to look at also what are the existing strategies and create more strategies, and also look at actually the barriers for farmers. So for the way forward, we need to improve our measurement capacity, we need to study the technical mitigation potential, and we address practical mitigation potential, because often we're just looking at the technology. Global North has just been looking at technologies. Now they have all these technologies on the shelf, no farmer is implementing it. So if we're working on something, we also need to make sure that the farmers actually are brought along with us, and we're looking at strategies that are implementable for them. And then I also wanted to self-advertise. I'm chairing the Greenhouse Gas and Animal Agriculture Conference, which is next year, 5th to 9th of October in Nairobi. So please come. We have the website up. If you scan there, it's gone on the website. We have an email list you can sign up for to getting news. We're going to have abstract opening 15th of September, actually. So if you want to come, please, would be happy to see you. Also, if you want to sponsor, we're still in need of sponsors as well. Please come. And with that, I want to say thank you, everybody.
Okay, let's all give another hand for Dr. Orange. Thanks very much, Claudia, for highlighting the importance of getting practical, applicable mitigation options and using a combination of those. And I think we need to focus on extensive systems. I think that's where the real challenge is. Intensive systems, we can feed the animals easily enough. Yeah. Our next speaker is Dr. Jerry Dlamini. He's from a Northwest University. Dr. Dlamini is a senior agronomy lecturer and researcher at, as I said, at Northwest. He specializes in agronomy and soil biogeochemical cycles. His thesis is based on greenhouse gas emissions, quantification, and exploring mitigation measures in agricultural systems. Let's all give a hand to welcome Dr. Dlamini to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's afternoon already. As introduced, I was wondering if he's really introducing me. But I'm Jerry Dlamini. I'm based in the Northwest University in Potchefstroom campus. I was previously at UFS. I think last year when we met, I was with UFS, and then I just joined here now. I'm getting closer to you, Linda, there. So today, when I got an email from Akim asking me to prepare a talk about some of the greenhouse gas emission research from crops and soils in the region, look at the current state, importance, and the coordination challenges in Southern Africa. So I'll just put on that, but I'd like to make my presentation sort of inclusive. If you think I missed out on something, just raise your hand and we look at it, because you'll find that I couldn't capture everything. So I'm not sure which direction. So we'll look at the introduction first. I teach, so I hope you guys will not get bored when I talk and get off tangent sometimes. So I work with diverse students. So basically, these greenhouse gases are highly radiative substances found in the atmosphere, causing what is called the greenhouse effect. Then one could be questioning themselves, why should we be concerned? They are there, they are in existence. Why should we be concerned? So we look at anthropogenic activities, which is like human-induced, contribute to about 55%, and agriculture as a whole, 22% of that. Then cropped agriculture, about half of that 22%, right, which is around 11%. So coming back to crop agriculture, we will know that crops are actually some of the main sources, or rather crop production management practices are some of the major sources of some of these greenhouse gases. Let's start with one of them. We'll look at nitrous oxide. I'll talk about the sources just now before I move forward. So basically, if you look at this, its global warming potential is 310 times that of carbon dioxide over a 100-year horizon. What is this telling us? Although it's emitted in very small amounts from crop production practices, it has a high, or rather an intense effect over the long term in the atmosphere. We look at methane from crop production. It's 28 times that of CO2, and carbon dioxide has a GWP of 1. Let's quickly look at the sources before we move on to the problems. So basically, when you look at nitrous oxide, it's modulated by two major soil processes. It will be your denitrification and nitrification, and these two processes are controlled by the amount of soil moisture in the soil. So when you look at the denitrification processes, if you look at water-filled pore spaces that are above 55%, you get denitrification, right? And if it's below that, it will be the nitrifying bacteria that will be causing nitrous oxide emissions in the soil. What do these microbes eat in order for them to produce nitrous oxide? They eat what is called nitrogen fertilizer. I'll have a look. I had the recent statistics looking at the amount of nitrogen fertilizer South Africa as a country consumes each year. And the emission factors are telling you that if you put 100 kilograms of N in crop production, 1% will be lost as nitrous oxide. But is it true? If we say South Africa uses maybe 10 million tons, metric tons, what is that telling us? It's telling us that we could be using those emission factors to submit to the global inventory that we do to the UN FCCC. We could be overestimating for a South African. I'll get to that story just now. So nitrogen fertilizer is the main source of the of those microbes, and the organic matter mineralization is one important source as well. Looking at methane from soil processes, it's mostly predominant in rice processes, or rather waterlogged conditions. But in upland crop production that we have in South Africa, you also get episodes of methane too. But it's highly episodal. Maybe immediately after irrigation, you get a small peak. Immediately after a few rains, you get a small peak as well. What controls that process? It's two processes, methanogenesis and methanotrophy. The final flux that you'll get in each and every day is a balance of these two processes. You'll be able to get a positive flux if the methanogens are more, or rather abundant, than the metanotrophs, right? Those are soil processes. Basically, these ones are also modulated by soil moisture. As I've mentioned, that you'll probably get a peak if, or rather after rainfall conditions, right? Look at CO2. The most important here, thing here that I need all of us to understand is that for nitrous oxide, the labile carbon that you find in the soil is very important. The amount of readily available carbon to them. Because, for instance, when we talk about the nitrifiers and the denitrifiers, these act as an energy source, right? So systems that store carbon, this is a bit controversial, but I have a meta-analysis that we will be publishing soon. It's under review in AEE. We have actually found that systems that store carbon reduce some of the highly radiative greenhouse gases like nitrous oxide. But the total greenhouse gases like CO2 get elevated. Right, so those are some of the things that we need to interrogate to be able to find where to do the mitigation measures. We look at your CO2. CO2 will come from a number of processes. It will be your soil respiration, fermentation, and sometimes denitrification, because most of the denitrifiers that we talk about that produce nitrous oxide are what is called facultative anaerobes. That means in the presence of elevated C in the soil, they can be able to produce high CO2 as well. Right. So even here, labile carbon is very important. Let's come back now into the region, look at the current state of the greenhouse gas research, and where can we improve to improve coordination. Let me put it like that. So what I did, I went into Web of Science a few days ago and typed greenhouse gases in Southern Africa / Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, Lesotho, the Comoros, the Gambia, and all those things, and put the different greenhouse gases, and pulled out some of the research that has been published in those particular regions. So if you look at what I found here, I'm not sure where to put the thing here. The light. Oh, it's the green one. Okay, thank you. So what I did here, I could pull about 11 papers. This is from crop production, not a review, not someone who has used a follow to estimate, but from measurements themselves. Right? I could pull about 11 publications in Zimbabwe from Mapanda and other authors, Johnston Masaga and stuff like that. They just looked at a number of cropping systems in Zimbabwe. So here I actually put publications from 2010 to 2024. So I'm sorry if your publication came before then and it's not represented here. And then most of the publications in Zimbabwe where we got a lot of publications, they looked at the full spectrum, CO2, N2O, and methane. And then coming down to the second number of publications, I could get about 7 in South Africa. So someone can correct me, but most of the authors, Yomunyoni and others, they looked at soil CO2 emissions. I want to highlight the measurement problem that we have, particularly from croplands. They could do soil CO2. There's a study in the University of Fort Hare by a few authors there. They used the CO2 analyzer, right, to actually. So some of the publications that I got here, sorry Vilagazi for putting you on the spot, most of the researchers, they use a handheld GC to actually get the vials and you inject into that. Now imagine the error that comes with that. So those are the things that I want us to have at the back of our mind when we talk about the capacitation in the region, right? So I found one thesis in Mozambique by Ismail. It's one PhD thesis, but I think the person was registered in Lisbon somewhere in Spain. So in most of the countries in Southern Africa, I couldn't find a paper. I found one paper where people just use a follow, they do reviews for the different countries and stuff like that. But the question is that representative of what is happening in the region in terms of greenhouse gas emissions from crop production systems? Right. So now I've tried to, oh no, what did I do? Now it doesn't want to move. Okay, it has moved for, okay. I need to be slow. Okay, so what I've done from those different studies, I've narrowed down to have a look who has been funding these studies. Where was the money coming from? Then can we build from those funders and see if we can create centers or rather knowledge hubs that can actually facilitate the measurement of these gases. I came across a study that's being done by, it's called DISCAT. It's it's coordinated by CIRAT, and it's being done in a number of universities in Zimbabwe. I found very interesting publications there. They've already developed, there's nice papers that have come where they are comparing conventional compared to climate smart agriculture practices. It was, I think I got 1 or 2 papers that came from this as well. To me, that was an epitome of what we can call capacity building. Because the people who were doing there, you could see it's students that are based in those universities and researchers that are based in those universities. Right? So the second one that I found, the second research that I found is what is called crop gas. I'll talk a lot about this project because it's a project that I've been leading in the Southern African region. Right? So when I completed my PhD, I did my PhD experiments in the UK at Rotterdam State Research. I was lucky to have the supervisor to say, I want to keep you as my African contact, then we will work together. So we applied to what is called European Joint Program, EJP Soil, and we were granted 22 million rands. That 22 million rands we were funded by GRA, sorry for putting you in this spot there, Akim. The African partners were funded by the GRA up to 1 million rands each. So I managed to do, as the African PI, I managed to do training in University of Zimbabwe. I was still based in Free State then, and then Luana in Malawi, and University of Zambia in Tshedze there. So I managed to do the capacity building, but one thing that I want to highlight with all this, we were 11 different institutions in 7 different countries, but we were the only region that did not have anywhere to do the analysis. I went to a private company to assist. They wanted 1,000 rands a sample. So you could see if I go I collected 68 samples a day for 31 days a year. So you can do the math, I would be just under budget for them. So all the other countries or other partners had GCs that are sitting with them, automated analyzers and stuff like that. So we ended up negotiating a price in Mazingira, ILRI. They gave us a nice collaborator price of which it was like $4 per sample, 80 rands. The only thing is that we had to ship the samples there. So it's still ongoing. I had hoped I could, I wonder what's happening now. I was hoping I could show you some of the data, but unfortunately I was given 10 minutes to present, so I really do not have that luxury. So this is one research that I've found in the region, and it has contributed a lot on the development of some of the methodologies. So let's look at the importance of this research for industry, because someone would be saying, but what is it in it for us? Like, why should industry be involved in this? Basically, I strongly believe that in order to manage and reduce, or to manage a hole in a pipe, you must actually know where the hole is. I'll just make an example of LCA of maize, life cycle assessment of maize. The measurements that we are doing in the Free State, we have realized that it's very interesting data that I'll share in a publication, but we do up to farm gate. We do when the crop is there. We do not look at when you take the maize to the silo and what happens to the silo. We need a complete system like that. And in order for industry to inform itself, it needs management. What was happening at management level for us to be able to do the reductions. And actually that can actually reduce their carbon footprint, can help companies reduce their carbon footprint, and they can do what is called carbon earnings as well, carbon credit earnings. So for policymakers, what would we say this is important of? Basically, the enforcement of policies, I think it has to be in line with measurement-backed facts. We cannot just write a policy without any measurements. I'll come back to the emission factors for South Africa. We use the IPCC to say if you apply 100 kilograms of N in a maize crop in dryland in the Free State, 1% is lost as nitrous oxide. But I have data that says no, that's not the case. You look at the inventories that are submitted by countries like the UK, they have refined through measurement-backed findings. They were able to refine to say it's not the 1%, it's actually below that or it's above that. Because some of these cases are highly episodal. Right. So in order for us to refine those inventories or other methodologies, we need measurements that will be at regional level. Right. So that's what we need. So importance for moving to importance for farmers, we look at soil health benefits. For instance, when you look at some of the climate smart agriculture practices like winter cover cropping, they improve your soil health. So a farmer will actually benefit from the soil health benefits that come with trying to reduce some of these greenhouse gases. So environmental sustainability and regulatory compliance, I was reading a paper the other day that was done by some economists in New Zealand, checking if each bottle of wine would come with a certificate that says it used less fertilizer compared to the other, which one would you buy? People said, no, I'll take the one that uses less fertilizer and be able to pay a premium for it. So that's basically where you'll find that we will find ourselves in the future. So economic benefits in the future, some farmers can do carbon credits here. And I think I have one or two slides which highlights the gaps. So some of these gaps are based on my own experiences. I'll just tell a story on how I find myself doing my experiments in the UK. It's because I couldn't find a GC locally. The one that I found in a government agency somewhere. It was handheld, and I realized that it's a lot of work compared to going abroad and doing my things there. So the lack of access to analytical skills, that's a big problem. If you can see that all of us, four universities in Southern Africa had to send to Kenya. All the samples, you're introducing a lot of errors with the plights and stuff like that, but it had to be done and we had to do it that way. So what do we need to address this gap? We need regionally trained researchers on greenhouse gas emissions. We need locally developed measurement tools, including static chambers. I'll make an example of the static chamber I'm using on my project. It was gifted to me by my former supervisor when I was in the UK. He said, go and make these and do the measurements. But the question one could be arguing is it conducive for your conditions? I bought an equipment from Meter Group in the US. When I was using it in the Free State, it just said it's too hot. So some of these things you need locally developed condition. So, and then we do not have locally based analyzers. Let's talk about GC. They are very expensive. You need above $1 million. You need to set up where you will evacuate those vials. You need to do this and that. So you need to be to have a good budget to be able to set up a lab from scratch. Right. So I still strongly believe Qinisa will actually do away with that. So another gap that I saw there is actually limited funding. Obviously, there's always a limit to funding, and funding wants to talk to certain things. So another thing, I think there's, in as far as this industry is concerned, there's still a bit of a limitation, or rather, not talking too much between academia and industry, so that academia can come in and do the measurements, and then industry can take those measurements to actually inform their own decisions in their policies. I'm happy to say I just signed with a private company. They gave me 2.7 million rands to do measurements in their fields. So to me, that's a positive that we can actually help use as a success story for some of these engagements. So I'll just look at the coordination challenges. I believe if we can come up with a central hub for greenhouse gas measurements where we'll have lab incubations, we have field measurement tools, we have analyzers, then within 5 to 10 years, we'll be able to refine our own inventories and emission factors, if I can put it like that. Because in each and every country, I'll make an example. You look at New Zealand decline, is it Celine or Cecil decline? They developed a low-cost chamber that is used by almost everyone. It was tested under different crops, different soils, and they came up with the best one. When they came up with the best one, it was one for the region now that everyone is adopting. But do we have one here in this region? I'm not aware of one. So the tools as well, you need to develop a model for each of the gases when you measure them. But the question is, are we using the correct model for the different gases given our conditions? I am not sure of the answer to that. So another thing, this hub will actually, can actually facilitate the availability of these tools and actually the models at a reasonable price. Once this is reasonably available, it's easy for people to look for grants just to run the research and knowing that I'll take my vials there for analysis and I get the data. That's basically that. So, and data management, central data management and quality control. If you have a lot of people understanding what you're doing, it's easy to get a peer to review your data. For instance, I'll make an example in the consortium that we were in. The measurements that I do in Free State, I would send to a colleague in Poland to have a look. And the guy in Poland will send his data to me, then I check. Then it's easy to actually pick up errors that you wouldn't find. Because the spreadsheet that you work on when you do this, it's crazy madness, if I can put it like that. So this data from this hub can actually be made available to farmers, policymakers, upon reasonable request. And modelers as well who may want to see, to say if you implement a certain system for over 100 years or maybe the next 20 years, what could be the outcome of emissions. So this hub can actually organize trainings and meetings to improve GHG measurement in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini. Let's give him another hand. And thank you, Jerry, for highlighting the gaps or the challenges, let's call them challenges rather, and thinking like Dr. Warby said from the FAO, looking at agricultural food systems and not just the primary producers, looking at the whole value chain. Dr. Dlamini linked in the end of his last one or two slides, he highlighted the importance of getting industry involved, and that made my job here much easier because our next speaker is from industry. Her name is Michaela Pretorius. She's alumni of my old department at the University of Pretoria, currently a PhD student as I understand, and she's a technical manager of a company called Cavalier. And Cavalier is a downstream processor of livestock products, and they are very involved in sustainability. She's also the head of research and development and heading the sustainability leg of Cavalier, which links to one of our main chain stores in the country. So please help me to welcome Michaela to the podium.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Michaela Pretorius. Thank you, Linda, for introducing me. Okay, I'm not the smartest person in the room here. You guys know a lot more about greenhouse gas emissions and all of that, so I'm not going to pretend that I'm a know-it-all. We come from a factory. We come from food. We know how to produce. We know how to farm. We know how to process meat, but we don't necessarily know, where can we do better? Not all the time. We have an idea, and I'm going to just tell you through a little bit about who we are, and then also just on what kind of a journey we've done. And I say sustainability because we haven't really focused, like I said, on greenhouse gas emissions per se. Sustainability, because it's a company, we need to make sure that we are looking at, that typical 3 pillars of people, profit, planet. If you are not making profit, your business doesn't, it doesn't grow. And if you don't grow, you can't improve and you can't be more efficient. So that's basically we drive as much as we can, is the sustainability, looking at the whole picture. So just who we are. We are a fully integrated meat value chain. And when I say meat value chain, I'm saying pork, we do beef, and we do lamb. We have a national footprint at the moment, so we are getting it all over the country. We are specializing in feedlotting. We've got slaughter, packing, processing, as well as distribution, as what Dr. Linda said. We also distribute to some of the leading retailers in the country. So yeah, those last three being mainly beef, lamb, and pork. We might go into venison at some stage, but we're not too sure on that one yet. But basically what our mission is to be the create the shortest, most cost-effective route for our freshest meat products. It's meat directly from farm to fork. We want to make sure that we center all our core values on our vision of maintaining quality, efficiency, integrity, and teamwork. So those are sort of our pillars for our company. So I just wanted to show you where we basically start and end, because it can get a little bit confusing. We are very big. So if we look at it, we've got about 11 facilities / plants, if you want to call it. Of that, we've got 2 lamb abattoirs, we've got a beef abattoir, we've got 6 food processing facilities. Some of them are for the leading retailers, like I said. We've actually got our Grand Food meat plant in Cape Town, which produces patties for Burger King, and all of that drama that comes with that. We have our lamb feedlot as well in the Cullinan side, where our main facility is, as well as a livestock trading facility up in the Northern Cape, where we get our nice free-range lamb from. Whoop, this thing jumps a lot, sorry. Let me go back. All right, so we manufacture 364 days in the year. We only close for Good Friday, that is it. We dispatch 365 days of the year, so we are always busy. We are exporting meat to numerous countries all over the world. We have 35 butchery counters where we then send large meat products or meat primals, and then we cut them up to smaller customers for what they would like. We're slaughtering at the moment about 3,500 sheep a day. That is between our 2 abattoirs. And between those 2 abattoirs, we are the largest slaughter of sheep in South Africa. We also have our sheep feedlot, like I mentioned, in Cullinan. And they're now sitting about 20,000 sheep strong at one time inside the feedlot. With that, we also have our in-house feeding, so it's just to make sure that we can mix our feed and give our lambs the best that we can give them. With that, we've also got our 300 cattle a day that we slaughter, which is the 4th largest slaughter of beef in South Africa, as well as we are procuring, although we don't always have our own farmers, we are procuring from multiple farmers all over the country to provide us with the tonnage that we need to supply our customers. We manage relationships with about 1,700 suppliers. That includes pork. We do not slaughter or debone our own, but we do bring in pork as well. We produce about 330 different SKUs, so different product lines for our customer. We produce about 5,000 packs per week out our doors. Of that, it's about 10 tons of it per week with salami. So nice, dried, cured, those kind of things. 5.5 tons a week is our biltong, so we're all familiar with those kind of things. And then also which is our major component, is about 340 tons per week is pre-packed meat. That's in the form of a steak or a chop, or even something that might have a little bit of a spice, those nice things that you want to put on a braai at the end of the day. So yeah, that was us. I just want to go through the industry, just from the industry side. So obviously we know that we've gotten quite a lot of bad reputation. The industry does really get that bad reputation, especially the red meat industry, with the ruminants being quite a bad contributor. And I think a lot of it has to do with the propaganda that goes with it. and I think the consumer, so I'm bringing it from a consumer perspective now, they want to do better, but they don't necessarily understand what that means, and they also don't, because of the propaganda that's being shown, it obviously puts our industry at a bad light where they don't really understand. They take out the bad stuff and want to publicize that and not necessarily look at the good stuff that we're doing. And so it is a bit of a problem. There is also that big drive to go more plant-based, so move away from meat, or go maybe a meatless Monday or veganism. Those type of things is very prevalent at the moment. Looking at alternatives to that meat, so lab meat is also something that's popped its ugly head as well. And the consumer, and I added it in over here as well, the consumer is now worried about how do we raise our animals, what do we do with them? They don't necessarily understand the whole process, but they want us to raise better meat. They want to know what do we give them, how are we raising them, are they outdoors on the nice pasture like this, or is it in a feedlot? What are we doing with our animals? And so it's important for us to know what our consumer wants so that we can drive how we can make a case for our, a better case for our meat. So I just wanted to also just say what we're doing. And like I said, it's not necessarily on a greenhouse gas emission side. We're only just maybe tipping the iceberg on that one. But I want to just show what we're doing in terms of our natural resources at our current facility, well, one of our largest facilities, which is up but north here, like Cullinan, just outside of Pretoria. Okay, so from a water side, our plant does not have access to municipal water. We only have borehole water, which means that on that same facility, we have that 20,000 sheep, plus all the processing, plus everything to keep it clean and hygienic and food safe. So we need to make sure that our boreholes are really managed properly, and we look at that by the water management hierarchy. So we look at reduce the demand and the usage, where can we reuse wherever possible, where can we harvest so that to use it in other places, and then where can we recycle as well and treat. So I just included just a few things. This is not all of the stuff that we do, but we do have our grey water harvesting, so we collect all the water and we use that to clean our livestock facilities, just wash them down. What we do is also we're taking for our recycling of water, removing, we have a SEPCOM unit, because when we slaughter, obviously there's digester inside the animals. And we have to remove the blood. It's important that we remove the blood and the solids out of the water so that we can cycle it better. So that by the time the effluent has gone through our filtration system, we've got something that's usable that we can use on our crop systems, or, I don't know, watering the roads, or those kind of things that don't really need very, very, very clean water. From a waste perspective, we are looking at reducing first is our main goal. Then we'll go to the reusing side of things, and then it's to the recycle. Although I'm going to mention we are doing more recyclable at the moment. Remember, we are packing, so we're using a lot of plastics. We're using a lot of things that are virgin plastics, those things that aren't typically recyclable. So we really are looking at how can we reduce our packaging waste, how can we recycle or get stuff that's more recyclable. And the problem with recyclable as well is there is options available. Sometimes they are overseas and we need to get local versions of it. And sometimes those overseas products are not necessarily recyclable in the country. So it can be recyclable, but we don't have facilities to do that, which is beyond, well, not part of the point of moving to it. We are also part of the Food Loss from Waste initiative, so we are signatory on that, and it's just mainly to show that we are working towards reducing the wastage in our facilities, especially food waste. But our industry in general, really, we don't have the option of losing out. So every tip, from tip to tail of that animal, needs to be used in some way or another and recycled. So there are I think the industry is doing things, we're just not maybe aware of what exactly they're doing and what impact that has. Yeah, and the organic material as well, sorry, the organic material as well that we get from our slaughter, from our feedlot and that kind of stuff, to try and look into composting, how do we do that better, and where can we use that to help somebody else fix their farm. So that's the sort of approach we're looking at. From an energy perspective, we know that load shedding is well, maybe not anymore, but it was a major problem for us. Being in the food industry, you need to keep everything cold. It is an enormous cost to have that, to run a facility like that. It uses a lot of power as well, to all the chillers, the coolers, the freezers, those kind of things. Everything needs to stay cold in the cold chain. So with that and the load shedding, we used a lot of diesel, a lot, millions of rand a month kind of thing. But what we've done is we've invested about 50 million rand into solar panels. So here's actually our facility, and on every inch that we can possibly put onto our roof, we're putting on solar panels to try and harvest and just put a little bit back into the grid. On our lairages, so this is just before slaughter where the animals get hauled, we've just built actually also, so it not only does an animal welfare thing of covering for shade while they rest before they get slaughtered, which sounds terrible, I know, but they at least, we're also using that added value of getting that solar energy in for our facility and just help to just decrease the electricity load that we need. Oh, sorry. Okay, so with that, we need to also look at responsible sourcing. We are a value chain, plus we are, what do we produce? What is our product? How do we produce it better? So we have quite a big team of new product developers. And when I say new product developers, it means how do they utilize the carcass a little bit better? They make the nice cuts of the stuff that people don't want to use. Where can we add the biggest value, with the least amount of waste, with the most efficient throughput, with the least amount of impact on the environment, but where can we really just unlock and use that whole carcass that we need? On top of that, we look into sourcing of our raw materials. We try and do as much locally as possible. Obviously, if you're looking at emissions, if you're going and importing stuff, it's going to increase your emissions a little bit more. We need to do a little bit more local sourcing, but it's also responsible sourcing. So if we're going to put palm oil, we must make sure that it's RSPO approved, or the packaging, the paper that we use needs to come from FSC certified, so gone through the Forest Stewardship Council and all of those things. So there is those kind of things that we're looking at. And then just on the agriculture side, and this is where I think we have the most to grow, where we haven't really focused before. We need a way to look at our own feedlot, because we are farmers as well. We need to see how can we do better at our feedlot level. And we might not have the knowledge, but we need partners to come and help us put in practical solutions. It's great to take data, and I know to measure is to know, but if you really want to make a difference into the industry, you really need to make sure that you can give practical applications and practical improvements that they can put into their systems. And without the whole scientific jargon mumbo jumbo that comes with it. You know, you got to keep it simple, stupid, basically. So yeah, like I said, we've focused mostly on the fork side. So our relatively production, packing, those kind of things. We need to now start moving towards what do we do better on the farm level, and how do we get our farmers to do better. We are very, very keen on the best animal welfare practices, and so that's for us still in mind. You need to make sure that the animal welfare is maintained. And then we need to look at changing the farming methodologies, and we need advice on how to do that. So what do we change to make the biggest impact? And then we might just be looking into, but it's like dipping our toes in at the moment, into regenerative agriculture and see how can we do that, rather put that message towards the consumer. The consumer wants to hear a nice story, and maybe a free-range system is not necessarily the story they need to hear. We need to be able to pitch them the right story that they need to hear. So what we've also been doing is measure what we treasure. It's sort of a new slogan that we keep popping up now of late. And we have been really working on in the last year to quantify our emissions. So this is where emissions come in. And how do we accurately record our data? Because your emissions and the calculations are only as good as the data that you feed it. We're not working on you put in this and you get out an output. You're working on calculations in the background, for lack of a better word. And we need to know how can we do better. So we have started with our quantifying our scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. One of our retail partners has forced us into the 3, even though we still don't really understand the 1s and the 2s scopes. And we are setting science-based targets. What that means for us, we don't know yet, but we are in the process of doing that. We've been working we've worked in the past with Alltech, probably back in 2019, and that was basically on a farm level to predict emissions. It was very rudimentary and it was difficult for us to process at that time. The data that the information that you need to feed into that system was difficult for us. We didn't have that information. So we sort of let that go, and I think we weren't ready then, but I think we are a little bit more ready now. We're working with Sherpa, which is basically a data capturing system, so we can then visualize a little bit better what does our company do, the company as a whole. So when I say Cavalier, the group of companies, it's from abattoir all the way to the product out the door and all of our processing facilities in between. We want to also, internally we worked on, I put Power BI here, but it is to visualize our data. So what happened was a lot of the time we had data, but no one was looking at it. And that doesn't mean anything to anybody. So really visualize and help drive the people, the top payers in the company, to show them this is what we're doing, this is how we've benefited during the years, this is how we've improved or declined, we need to fix something. And yeah, setting just with EnviroScientific, we're basically validating our science-based targets at the moment. So hopefully we'll get that soon. So I think what's next for us is, it's hard to say. I think that's where I would like to ask if we can get just a little bit of guidance without the jargon of everything, just how do we do better from an industry perspective. And I know we focus a lot on agriculture and we say a lot about the consumer, but we forget the middleman in the middle that needs to take that cow and make a steak. So how do we bring everyone together and really understand for the entire value chain, what does that mean? So for us, we would like to also know, what is the best practice in preserving our natural resources? Is it learnings from overseas, or do we have other people that's inside the country that can help us just do better, do what we're doing better? And then just where are our biggest opportunities in greenhouse gas emissions? We'll be able to quantify our greenhouse gas emissions, but then what next? Where do we start? I think it's a big elephant to swallow. And then just, we're going to get us, like I said, we're going to get our science-based target. So then how do we reach that science-based target by 2033? And how do we formulate a reduction plan that's going to have the most impact? I can say I want to focus on this small little portion, but the improvement is not going to be as great as if I focus on a different portion. We need guidance, and myself included, of where the best portion is, where can we tackle this elephant that's going to have the biggest impact. And then just what are the options out there to help our farmers practically? Not you'll collect the data and all of that, but what things can we change on farm level that's easy to understand, practical, so that they can improve themselves, and then we can start working with our farmers to do that as well. So, yeah, that's my little speech. I hope that was enough, but thanks.
Can we give Michaela another hand, please? Thank you very much, Michaela. Yeah, before I open the floor for a few comments and comments, okay, no, we're not going to do that anymore. But what I think was highlighted by all three speakers is the need to develop regional specific data, practical data, on-farm data that can feed into regional models moving to a tier 3. That's when we can start evaluating our mitigation programs and our adaptation programs. As well as getting the industry perspective on if we develop a adaptation or a mitigation plan or strategy, will it be practical, applicable on farm or in industry? I think that's when we start making headway. I've been notified that lunch is ready, so this is the end of our mid-morning session. Thank you very much, everybody. Let's all give a hand to everybody, all the presenters, and then we will convene after lunch for a quick interactive session for about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your lunch. I suppose lunch should probably be an hour. Huh? How long will it? 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Okay, 1:45. 40 minutes. We'll be... Okay, 40 minutes.
We are going to do a bit of movement on our program. There's a segment that we should have looked at where we needed your inputs in co-creating our logical framework, because we already have all the components of the theory of change, which was what this morning was all about. The last presenters, the session was chaired by Dr. Lindy Dutoit. We didn't have time to respond to what the three presenters gave us. So we are going to use the next 10 minutes to take 2, maybe a maximum 4 inputs from the colleagues that are here. We had the presentation from industry, from Cavalier. We also had the presentation from Northwest that was highlighting issues of the gaps associated with GHG science, especially from the soils and the crops environment. And we had the presentation from ILRI. So we would like to get your inputs from these three, or any comments, anything that has stimulated some thought processes while you are seated here. So let's have time to engage. I will pick up as you put up your hands. We have about 10 minutes before that has been given to allow us to engage. I don't see any hands. I'm going to volunteer from Malawi. And then we also have Sakau. Any other hands? We have from Namibia. Should I volunteer from South Africa? I will volunteer. And then we have Dr. Baldwin. I will volunteer you for comments. Okay, so we'll start from my right-hand side. We'll take your comments. Thank you.
Okay. So they presented a scenario from Kenya and from Kenya and Tanzania, where they say there's high mortality calf rate, high mortality rate in calves, and also that's Kenya, and also there's high cattle abortions in Tanzania. With these two, there's decrease in protein in human and also decrease in GSGs. So looking at this is like there's a reduced number of animals. So if you have got reduced number of animals, basically we have got reduced GSDs. But to the part of human beings, we have got reduced protein intake. So how can we come up with a scenario where we reduce the calf rate at the same time, where we also reduce the greenhouse gases emissions, especially maybe methane and the like. The same with the high cattle abortions, because we are reducing the number of animals born. As a result, we are also reducing the number of the greenhouse emissions. At the same time, we are reducing the protein intake. So how are we going to synergize the two so that we can have both increasing the intake, protein intake, and also reducing the greenhouse gases, and reducing the mortality rates and the abortion rates? The other one is on cropland, on soils, where they were talking of soil health. I understand a research institution in Australia, CSIRO, they are storing carbon in the soils, especially through stones. And we're here talking about crop health, where the same carbon is being stored. So I was wondering or confused if we are storing carbon in the soil, any seepage? If no, then it's okay. If yes, are we not going in the future going to have a lot of carbon emissions from the soil through the carbon we stored in the soil? Thank you.
They will respond. Does this work? Okay, we'll take from Sakau. I think those two questions went to Claudia, and there's one for Northwest. They will respond. Sakau, go ahead.
Thanks, Program Director. My name is Tinashe Chavunduka, and I work for the Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Unions, SACAU. Mine is just maybe a comment to both the presentation on livestock and crops, to say, I'm just thinking that we probably need to look at how we can categorize to industry as well, to categorize the efforts that we are going to take on mitigation, and say short, medium, and long term. I think from the presentations, we're already seeing that we're under pressure to really do mitigation. So how do we then look at where we can actually harvest more short term, harvest more medium term, and harvest more long term? Thanks.
Thank you very much for the comment.
Okay, thank you. I've been volunteered, but I think my comment goes to Cavalier, and I'm so impressed that you managed to bring Cavalier to share. But I just wanted to understand what sort of drove them into having interest in something like this. And from their side, do they see their action around worrying about carbon footprint affecting their costs, and or if there are plans to use some of this information in how they market their product? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there was a hand from Namibia, Professor Mpangwa.
Thank you, Director. My comments is to ILRI. From the presentation, I just want to know whether they've also done monitoring of emissions from abandoned kraals of cattle or sheep or camels in East Africa, because there could be sources of greenhouse gas emissions as well. I'm asking this because there are, within Southern Africa, a system of kraal rotation where farmers move animals this season. Boma. Yeah, Boma. Is there any studies on Boma emissions? Thank you.
Okay, we are going to close. Any other further discussions will be done in our interactive session. So I'm going to ask, maybe we'll start with Ilri, who received the first question, then we go to Northwest to respond and also come back to Cavalier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for the questions. Should I just go through all the questions for Ilri? Okay, yeah, I feel like the microphone is not working too. From the health perspective, so if I understood right, is there a possibility to improve animal health and reduce emissions? Did I understand that correctly? Yeah. So if it depends on like what the intake is, right, and what area, because some areas where you have like marginal lands and there's not really a lot of supermarkets or whatever, animal protein is going to be very key for human nutrition and having nutritious sources of food. I think there is the question from like a sustainable system, and even the lowest emission system would have always animals, but not to the extent that we have it right now. Wageningen University modeled for circular economy and what the role of livestock is in there, because livestock can use land that's not set for cropping, and they eat crop byproducts, which we can't use maybe for like only for soil, but otherwise they can actually produce food for us, so that's important as well. So there will always be livestock in a sustainable diet from my perspective, from what I've seen with research. If you now reduce calf loss, we're going to have more protein available. But also another thing is we may not need as many cattle. If population was stable and you needed a certain amount of protein, you wanted to have less. If we had less calf loss or abortions, we actually would need less animals to produce something. So that's what has happened in the US and in Europe, where the production plateaued at some point, and they got their animals to produce so much so that their animal numbers are actually going down. But now their animal numbers are actually going down in Europe because they have the mitigation commitments. But more even so is the nitrogen pollution, which is a major issue. For example, in the Netherlands, the nitrogen pollution through fertilizer and manure use is really high. They have nitrate in the drinking water. And the reduction of emissions, they are doing major destocking. Now there was milk that was exported from there. That will also need to be produced somewhere else. So other countries will compensate for that, and their emissions are going up. I know I'm going a little bit on a tangent here. But it depends on the different scenarios we have, right? So if you're in a scenario where you can reduce, where you already have animal consumption that's high, obviously you can also reduce. But now if you have a growing population with low animal protein consumption, you may need to reduce on animal protein intake. Have I answered your question? Is that,
okay, we can give you the opportunity to really further engage during the latter part of our afternoon.
Then there was a question about categorizing the efforts, the mitigation efforts, in short, medium, and long term. So I think short term for sure is the climate smart livestock practices, because we know they would increase productivity. If we increase productivity, emissions per product are very likely to go down. Medium, I would say, is categories we know are effective but are costly, and they need to be financed by something else. And then long-term strategies is actually strategies we need to work on and we need to yet to discover. That's my opinion on this. So that's how we should be starting. And the climate smart practices we can implement now, and we can measure their effects. And then we need to know what are the costs of it, because governments will always, or like cooperatives, only have that much money to invest. So you want to invest in the most effective strategies for the system that you're in and to reduce emissions. And then he was asking about the monitoring of emissions from abundant crawls, or BOMAs, how we call them in Kenya. Yes, there's multiple studies from our lab. It's not me because I'm the nutritionist, but from Butterbach-Ball and from Leitner. And there was just a study this year as well where they measured emissions from BOMAs that had different ages. Because they're actually, the current accounting system, IPCC does not have BOMA as a manure management strategy or crawl in there actually, although I think it's sort of like, I would compare it closest to a feedlotting system, would use the emissions from there when they're showing the emissions, but it's actually not, the international standard does not incorporate that manure management system. They're just assuming they're all on pasture the whole time, so there is not a good accounting of it. I'm not sure why that hasn't been changed, honestly, because it should be. But a problem with the IPCC is also that there are, I don't think there's a good regional representation when the IPCC was done, also because maybe there weren't enough experts. And then I know people who've worked on it, I haven't worked on it, but like they get asked questions, there's just no data, and then they're like, yeah, assume this, because there's some manure management strategies I'm not agreeing with at all, because they have high and low productive system classifications for Africa. And then the low productive system qualification for manure always has a mitigation potential that's double of the high productive, and I'm just not quite sure why that would be the case per kilogram of manure. I don't think it's logical, but when I asked the question, who put that in there, everybody was like, wasn't me. And then at some point I gave up. Because I wanted to understand, why are you saying this? But then everybody, no, it wasn't me. I think it was the Chinese woman. I really like.
I asked that question because for Africa, our production system will not be the same as Europe. We have, our smallholder sector is based on rangeland crawling, Then in some countries it's crawling this year, the crawl moves to another place and you leave this one and you do another crawl there. So our estimates then, if they do not take into consideration the crawls, it's wrong. So we need to create our own data using our own farming systems, which we have in Africa. Thank you.
Okay, but we've done that for Kenya. And one thing you should be doing, although I don't know if you get any livestock holder to do it, you should utilize that manure, because there's a lot of nitrogen there that otherwise just gets volatilized if you're not using it for crop fertilization or something close by. But I assume you know that anyways.
Thank you very much for that robust discussion. It feels like we are interweaving. We are already working into our theory of change, in and out, and by tomorrow we'll have co-created our theory of change for this program, Qinisa, QI, according to me. Northwest, your response quickly. I think we are also on the teetering on our time limit, so a quick response before we go to Cavalier.
Thank you for the question. I just can't see the colleague who asked the question. I just wanted clarity.
University of Lilongwe. Yes.
I just wanted clarity from them to say, do they want a response to say, the more we store carbon, are we not creating problems for the future in the soil? Yes, actually what I've seen, we have conducted what we call, part of the project that I have, we have a modeling component where we have engaged a systems modeler to actually simulate to see if we employ maybe a 5-year rotation with cover crops, what will happen in 2050. For now, we haven't seen elevated greenhouse gases when the organic matter gets elevated with time. But that's from a modeling perspective. So I do not for now, based on systems model and stuff, I do not foresee greenhouse gases. But CO2 obviously increases. It's a question of, will it not offset the storage of other, because obviously when we talk about CSA, you have cover crops that actually put nitrogen back into the soil. That means we are reducing the total amount of mineral N that will get into the soil, and subsequently reducing nitrous oxide. But the question should be, will the CO2 that will come from the stored carbon not offset other processes that we are trying to, and then that process actually negating the positive impact that comes with carbon storage? That's basically something that maybe if you want, we can probably look for a grant and try to do studies that can do that and answer some of the questions. I'm energetic and keen on that.
Thank you very much, Northwest. And then reflections, response to who questioned was, okay, from Dr. Nengovela to Cavalier. This side, yes.
Okay, so for us, I think there's a twofold way that happened. Originally, it was starting because everything is to make profit, right? So the least amount of waste that you can make, the more efficient you can produce, the better it is for your business. So we actually saying, well, our sustainability journey went on, how do we reduce our usage of things just from a cost perspective? It's also we call it our war on waste. It's try and just get efficiencies up and running as best as we can. But as time has gone on and our customers that we supply to, they're pushing back from a consumer's perspective as well to say, we need to go this direction. This is the direction of their company. So then by default, as the largest suppliers of us, need to go in that direction as well. So we sort of got it from both sides. So we started doing it and then basically worked on it a little bit more now, and it got a little bit more in the details of things, if that makes sense.
Oh, thank you very much. I think let's give a round of applause to our presenters. And now we begin our afternoon segment. I would like to call upon Mrs. Mwanakamba Tembi. She will be the chair for the next session, and then she's going to introduce her panelists. Let's pay 100% or 120% attention, because what is coming through is even more interesting. Thank you very much for agreeing to be part of this segment. Thank you. Let's play for a sequence.
Take that chair. Okay. Yes. So maybe I can move this. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that the after lunch sessions, it's there, the graveyard. How do we remove this thing?
Sure, as well.
So mine is not a PowerPoint session, which already sort of improves the. Thank you. Yeah, so maybe we can start with the clicking exercise, right?
Yeah.
How many of us can? Okay, it's sounding like it's coming. Maybe let me move this chair out of the way. All right, so where I come from, Qinisa means to strengthen. Yeah? And when you strengthen something, it's not a lazy man's job. And it's also not a one-man job. It requires a number of people coming together and building up and strengthening. That's my I think maybe there are many other definitions of what Qinisa means, but for me, it's about strengthening. And so this afternoon, I want us to take some time to focus on how do we build this initiative? How do we make sure that it's a solid and strong initiative? And the only way I see us succeeding in that is adding more logos to those logos that were presented earlier. So I want us this afternoon to focus on the issue of partnerships. We are going to be focusing on collaboration. We are going to be focusing on how do we work together best. And for us to be able to do that, we have to reflect on what has worked in the past, why it has worked, or what has failed in the past, what things should we avoid. And to help me do that, I have a very distinguished panel of 3 that bring quite diverse experience in terms of research collaborations, private-public partnerships, and I would like to invite to join me up front Professor Tafazo Mabaudi, who is with the Arua Center for Food Systems, Center of Excellence for Food Systems. Give him a round of applause as he comes through. Then I also want to invite Miss Minky Greenwald, who is with the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Research from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Then I would also like to invite Mr. Theo Boshoff. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Theo. Yeah, who is with AGBIS South Africa. So a couple of interesting facts about these panelists of ours. Minky, you might not remember me, but the last time we met was Eswatini and we were talking about NDCs. It was a long time ago. She was with the Ministry of Tourism and Environment, I think. Tafazo, I was just dancing with him a couple of weeks ago. He is good at getting down. So Theo, I believe this is our first meeting. Probably by the end of the session, we'll have a few things that we might share in common between you and me. But on a more serious note, Dr. Tafazo has expertise in building public-private partnerships in the Global South. He has vast experience in strategic development of sustainable and resilient food systems, environmental stewardship within the water, energy, food nexus. His work contributes immensely in guiding policy formulation for transformative and inclusive growth. And Ms. Greenwald has expertise in environmental management, advocacy and lobbying for climate change and environment protection, and is engaged in implementation and coordination of climate change programs in Eswatini. She's a champion for sustainable development in the region, and when I knew her, she was one of the few ladies who were part of the African group of negotiators. So she's a very powerful woman, this one, force to be reckoned. Theo is a specialist in policy advocacy in South Africa. His focus is in land reform and property rights, natural resource legislation, commercial and competition laws, and the regulatory environment affecting the primary and secondary agricultural sectors. Theo has contributed immensely to development of policy and legislation towards inclusive, competitive, and sustainable development. Already I see we have a lot in common because I myself come from the Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment Policy Analysis Network. We do advocate for evidence-based policy in the food systems sort of sector and working across Africa. And we work very closely with policymakers, so that's what we have in common. Allow me to sit down so that we can have a chat. Here you can remove it. But there's no one here, this side, you can see me. All right, so welcome. Good afternoon. I hope can the one mic come off? No? Okay. I think I would rather you pass it from each other, but I hold on to the one. So we have been presented with this awesome initiative, Qinisa. This is the inaugural workshop. And as we had in the morning, they have not gone very far in terms of the hows and the whens and the whos, right? They have the concept, brilliant concept that it is. They are building on from work that has happened. But is there space for more people to get involved? So I want us to just talk a bit about what collaboration means to you. I want us to look at the fact that this is not the first collaborative initiative, right? And probably not your first experience in encountering initiatives like this that have to bring people together. So what do you think might be different about this this approach? And do we still experience perhaps issues of duplication in the work that we are doing? And what are the barriers that really sort of prevent effective collaboration? Maybe let me start with you, Tavazo, then we can come this way.
I don't know why I always have to start though. Like, I hope one day I get to come last. But to answer the three questions posed by Tembi, what is different? I think you answered that when you said they haven't figured out much. They don't know the who's, the what, the where, and so forth. So that is a major difference, and also a very positive difference. If you are coming to partner with people, if you are coming to co-design with people, if you are coming to co-develop solutions with people, then you need to come with an empty plate so that people have space to actually contribute ideas, figure out the what, figure out the how, do that together. If you come up with everything already figured out and mapped out, then there's very little space for people to bring in new ideas. It's more of, are you on board or you're not on board? So part of the challenge that always happens, moving on to the second part about collaboration, is usually people don't create the spaces to build a shared understanding, a shared vision, and then map the process together, figure things out together. So if we don't share a vision, from the onset it's going to be very difficult for us to collaborate and collaborate effectively because there's no point of convergence. But if we share a vision, then there's a point of convergence. The diversity, Prof. Lindiwe mentioned, in a talk, that there are so many people from different institutions. Diversity is a major ingredient for innovation because we need different ideas, we need different perspectives, but we need a shared vision for everyone to contribute into that shared space. So that's the collaboration part, and that's what makes it effective. You then need coordination mechanisms to ensure that every partner is able, to actually make their contribution. You then need to factor in equity so that those whose voices are not loud are given the microphone so that they can also be heard. Those who talk a lot maybe are given few minutes, and so that everyone's voice gets heard. That's the purpose of coordination. So I think we've got that in Qinisa. Right now we're sort of trying to build the vision. That's why the theory of change will be shared. People will develop it together. That's building the vision together and inputting into that shared space. We are going to then find the basis for collaboration. There's a secretariat that has been developed to then facilitate the coordination. So we've got the ingredients there together. Hopefully, if we carry on with that spirit that we are starting with, we could actually achieve something different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quite difficult to follow. But I'm looking at Qinisa, the platform, as an opportunity for the Global South to actually prove that we can work together. The nice thing about Qinisa is that it's not being prescriptive, which means it is understanding that with the governance that has to be part of what we're doing, it is very, very important that there is effective stakeholder management and everyone understands what they're bringing to the table, which is building on the issues that we're experiencing according to our national circumstances. One of the critical barriers that most developing countries from a policy perspective are experiencing when it comes to collaboration, even within the country itself, is the issue of overarching policy frameworks, not having an opportunity to come and plan together. There is a limitation in the available mechanism for policy coherence and for joint planning and implementation. So Qinisa is giving us an opportunity to come together, plan together, and implement, because that will be required for the long-term sustainability and our collective actions towards sustainable development.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's the downside of going last. There's a lot of good points that have already been made that you don't want to repeat. No, thank you very much. I think definitely, you know, the strength of this, as you mentioned, sort of the Global South. I think, unfortunately, at the moment, the Global South is probably not leading the debates when it comes to these sort of elements. And that's why the kind of partnerships and collaboration is so important that we can make that input. Having evidence-based policy outcomes as a collective, I mean, is so incredibly important. You know, we as on so many of these elements are applied collectively. If you're talking about non-tariff trade barriers, specifically environmental-related trade barriers, they apply across the board. Even when we go and negotiate new trade agreements, for instance, seeing which countries we need to discuss it with, we can't do it as South Africa, we do it as the Southern African Customs Union. So I think having this sort of inter-country collaboration is very important. And the other thing that really excites me is having this sort of cross, you know, aligning policymakers, academia and industry sort of on the same platform. I think definitely excites me. I know in some of the challenges we've faced, you know, and our colleagues from other industries as well, is actually getting the evidence to have an evidence-based policy making. I think it's one thing saying it, but having the time, the resources, the intellectual capability to be able to compile that body of evidence to make the best decisions is very important. And I do think the different role players also bring different elements to it. I mean, as you know, of course, you know, with policy making, there's so many considerations. There's what is scientifically possible, what is commercially feasible and affordable. You know, what is the technological advances that one can look at to try to help us with mitigation or adaptation in this case. So I think bringing our various strengths from different angles, you know, it will certainly benefit us. And so I think it's long overdue that we have these discussions, and it's definitely exciting.
Okay. Very exciting. And maybe just to pick up on your point about what industry requires. I think we often hear about how the research process takes such a long time, you know, but sometimes policies need to be made tomorrow and industry needs to make decisions tomorrow, you know, that type of thing. Yet with the research process is much longer. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about the challenges in terms of data access in your work and what you are hoping an initiative like Qinisa can how it can come and cover that gap.
Okay, no, thank you, and I gladly do so. So maybe just a little bit of background. I mean, so the organization I represent, there's about 20 commodity associations and 83 agri-businesses, so it's broadly representative of the agricultural value chain. And some of the changes that's taking place currently in terms of policy, we have got the Climate Change Act, that was recently passed. And now, very recently, we also now confronted with the concept of sectoral emission targets. So in other words, we have got a nationally determined contribution as a country, that then has to get escalated down in 5-year segments for the different industries. And then you get confronted, of course, with the question from, in this case, both Department of Agriculture and Industry working very closely together, but being confronted, for instance, by the Department of Environmental Affairs to say, this is what we believe the follow sector's baseline is. Do you agree with it, number one? Very difficult for us to answer. And I think that's exactly the discussions that took place earlier today, which is so important, is that do we have an accurate measurement and a baseline of what we currently, of what our current emissions are? Then some of this, the next sort of steps, what is the realistic mitigation potential of the sector? And it becomes very complicated with agriculture. Firstly, I don't think the sequestration is always taken into consideration, how much agriculture can sequestrate. The value chain approach is also incredibly important. I mean, from the presentation from Cavalier earlier showed us a piece of the value chain. Now you add transport into it. Now you add the grains and the soybeans, etc., that goes into animal feed and the processing of that. And if you take the entire length of the value chain, it becomes very, very complicated to actually determine what the realistic baseline is and where you can mitigate. Some areas, obviously, where I think industry can provide inputs is to say, what is the cost of conversion? There's a lot that can be done from a scientific point of view, but it often requires new infrastructure to be put in place. It requires training and different practices. And whilst that might sound straightforward, there's real costs involved with that. And I know from the financial sector, another big concern, we often see these debates surface in the energy sector, but it's just as relevant in agriculture, is the concept of stranded assets. Say, for instance, we know, I'm just going to use an example, but in the field crops sector, almost universally, all the manufacturers of inputs, they're quite on board with it and say, use as little inputs as you possibly need. It's good for the environment, but you need the most sophisticated mechanization and information systems to be able to do that. That is a cost. Some of the old mechanization, for instance, might still be, it's functional, might not be paid off yet. So there is some trade-offs that need to take place. And I think then from government side to see what incentives and disincentives can be put in place to help nudge the sector is also an important discussion to have. But none of that can really take place at a properly informed basis if we don't know what the baseline is and we don't know what the realistic mitigation potential is. And there it's, maybe just the last comment, I know other industries might be, I wouldn't say easier, but they've got the benefits of if you get the 20 biggest mines in South Africa, you put together their emissions, you have the sector. The same with steel, and cement, etc. Yeah. Agriculture is immensely complicated because there's so many different entities. Yeah. So to get accurate, credible information about the benchmark and means to continuously monitor that and to track the progress, I think that's certainly where the assistance, from academia would be so greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Minky, does any of this ring true for Eswatini? Any of the issues that Theo has raised?
Well, for the industry is slowly picking up, but because most of the agricultural research is being driven by government, the issue of the lack of an overarching policy framework is very, very critical because it touches on the clear mandates and the roles that you prescribe to the people who are participating, whether in data collection and so forth. But it also means that even with the data sharing protocols, it makes it easy. So with Eswatini not having an overarching legislation, it means now also the funding, because research is very resource intensive, it means we are not getting money from the fiscals to fund. So it only relies on multilateral processes funding. So even with the key category analysis that we have to do prioritizing the sectors, part of that is because the money that we're getting for the enabling activities from the GEF programming is still not enough. So the key category itself is not that not all of the categories are important, it's because of the resources that you have. I think maybe linking industry is looking at how probably our public and private partnerships can come together and see how we can enhance local investment into agricultural research. But I think also the other critical component is that now we're looking at the ESG factors, the reporting. So what can we do now to ensure that we take advantage of what industry is doing to create new market or to get certification, because they're also accounting for GSGs, but it's just only for their own reporting processes. Also, government is collecting information for our reporting requirements for the entities, your national communication. So it's like the absolute values. But in terms of interpretation of the data, of how we can improve production efficiency, for example, not only looking at absolute values, but looking at emission intensity in each of the food production system and how it can help to enhance business performance for industry. So all of those things are becoming a challenge because number one, technical capacity is a bit on the low side. The funding is only from on external sources, and also the issue of research. We don't have a national research agenda. We are still working on establishing the research institution, but without the overarching legislation, you cannot enforce or compel anyone to give you information. So it is based on mutual understanding and respect. And we understand now we are speaking on agriculture here. You go to the farmer, you are asking for information on livestock. There's just a general mistrust of government coming in and asking for information. Sure. So how do you, one of the critical challenges, and I'm hoping that Qinisa will build on that, the issue of data advocacy. Why do we need to collect the data? They need to understand that not only for our reporting requirements, but also to help them in their businesses. I think also to address one critical thing before I forget. I think there is also an opportunity for developing countries to take advantage of industry for tier 3, because now it's at institutional level, which is quite a problem. But the problem is that how do we align the GHG accounting with what we're doing for more IPCC and using more claims? So how can we make sure that they are actually doing sort of the similar thing? So I think it's also an opportunity that we can take, and then Qinisa can also plead the case for sustainable procurement, because there is a lot of emissions for the transport in support of agricultural production.
Yeah, true. But maybe before you hand over the mic, just a follow-up, because from your intervention just now, I'm picking up that the challenge, big challenge, I mean, you've talked about quite a number of things, but it's the fact that there is no overarching legal framework, right? What would it take for that to be in place? Just your thoughts.
I think generally, developing countries have always had an issue with domesticating the multilateral processes, but also I think there is just institutional density, because we are trying to domesticate this, and then there's something else, because government is still working by itself and not integrating with the other sectors. So most of the focus is just preparing us for meeting the demands of the enhanced transparency framework. But we need to make sure that we build on capacity as the country, and access to training on GSG, which can only be done through the auspices or the discretion of the national focal point, which is free, by the way. But now if you are doing by yourself an industry, now they have to pay a lot of money. So how can also Qinisa provide a platform where now we can also train other industry experts in the same?
Okay, thank you. So capacity, you've heard, and you come from a Future Africa research, you know, what's the Pan-African platform for collaborative research? So how can the Future Africa, as the host so far of, we might just take it over, we don't know, of Qinisa, sort of address some of these capacity issues that we are hearing about, and what
also is your experience, perhaps, in trying to provide the information that's needed by industry, that's needed by policymakers? Yeah.
Thank you. Those are very difficult questions, especially after lunch. I'm a bit tired. But there are several things that need to be put in place in addressing these challenges. There are challenges that are systemic in nature, and the systemic issues are the ones that need to be addressed at a policy level, because you need to have a framework, and from the framework arises structures where you then develop processes along those structures. So without a systematic intervention, which is at the policy level, then there's a lack of structure, then there are no processes, then you get a lot of incoherence because you've got people, acting individually in their interests to do things, their own way. And each person would then align with their interests, their budget, and so forth, and the capacity available to them. What we at Future Africa and with Qinisa can do at a systematic level is to be a convener, working with partners like yourself, Fanapan, is to convene those sort of policy dialogues, to actually identify and say there is this need for us to have this framework at a regional level first, before we move to the member states. So we need a SADC regional framework which addresses these gaps. We've got the experience in doing so. We've done such for the Water Energy Food Nexus, where we came up with a regional framework. It got adopted by SADC, became part of SADC governance, and then member states have been gradually adopting and implementing. The second part, when you move from the systematic issues, is the technical issues. We do not have monitoring and observation equipment. We don't have a network. And our observational networks across the whole hydrometeorological network in all the countries has been in a state of decline for decades now. And, the private network in South Africa is actually bigger than the state-owned network. So again, we need to convene partnerships to say, how do we partner with private individuals and private sector to actually bring all of those different infrastructure on board onto one platform, so that we consolidate all the data, and then the state can come in to set standards in terms of what are the standards for capturing this data and reporting it so that it is in a shareable format. We archive it, create a central repository where then everyone can come in and access the data. But then, someone has to be responsible for the quality checks and so forth. So that's again through partnerships, and we can convene in those spaces, and the resources that we have, we then target the resources that we have to create these sort of platforms where then this data can be accessed, it can be, cleaned and quality secured and so forth. We also need to build capacity at multiple levels to support all of these things. Because sometimes the reason why certain things don't happen is no one thinks about them. Yeah. When the people who make decisions sit, it doesn't cross their mind. On the best day with the best intentions, that idea is not going to surface. So we need to strengthen capacities. We've had that experience before. Just this year in April, we convened a training for 16 UNFCCC focal persons from SADC, where we're training them on how to integrate across water, energy, food, environment, and health within the NDCs, so that those are coherent, the monitoring, the data, and everything is actually integrated and so forth. So, and we brought in the Adaptation Academy, the CAST Academy from the UN, and so forth. So again, working with partners, those are things that we can do to create capacity. This is just an example where we targeted UNFCCC focal persons. We've got other initiatives that we do where we also target, researchers, young professionals working in government, people who make the day-to-day decisions, people who make the requisitions to the bosses to say, this is what we need, we want to buy this. If those people don't know or are not aware, they're never going to put it on their list for their bosses to act on. So that multiple level capacity development. But the important thing to note is we can't do it alone. We have to do it in partnership and with people like yourselves, the business sector, government coming in, articulating the direction and things like that. So coming back to this again, it becomes important to convene these sort of discussions where these issues are raised, and then we can respond to the need as has been identified.
All right, no, thank you. Thank you for that. I think, do you want to come in? Okay, I'll come back. I have another sort of last round of questions, but I wanted to open it up to the floor to perhaps ask our panelists one or two questions. Maybe you want something clarified that they mentioned. Any takers? No takers, good. Then that gives me more time with them. Yes, Minky, go ahead. Yeah.
I want to speak on behalf of a specific stakeholder group that I've worked with. I know we talked about this previously. I think the farmers, small-scale farmers or commercial farmers or whatever, but the issue of how farmers can take advantage of the strategic opportunities for NDC implementation and what it entails for us, looking at how they are the cornerstone of sustainable agricultural systems. I think there is a lot of outcry from farmers that they're being left out, yet looking at all the developing countries, agriculture is one of the priority commitments for their NDCs. So I think it will be very, very crucial for Qinisa to ensure that all stakeholders, according to their priorities, are involved. And also the other collaborators, I mean, it does not have to be like a formalized institutions, but we can have like industry experts within the farming industry collaborating and inputting their advices, policy advice.
Okay, thank you. I was actually going to come back to you on the issue of farmers because in your earlier intervention, you said that there was need for data advocacy and that farmers are suspicious or they are not so open to giving out data. I think for me, it just says that the research community has failed somewhere, if there is that suspicion. And I just want to maybe pick your brain on how best can we work with farmers to be able to collect the data. Yeah.
I think farmers they have every reason to be skeptical because everyone is saying no one should eat meat, so all cows must die. So I think that's the expectation that everyone wants to steal our livelihood. But the nice thing about farmers, especially in SADC, is that they already have regional groupings that they prescribe to, which also have local and national groupings that they have. So which means there's already an existing structures which can be utilized to ensure that there is effective engagement of farmers. But also we need to understand that the issue of awareness and advocacy on training is very, very important because farmers, they are doing it to make money. So we shouldn't be bringing in things that will take money away from them. So the issue of resource mobilization to help farmers to assist us in ensuring that the agricultural research is according to our standards. they need to be supported. So a lot of the time farmers will say that we don't have enough resources to support. So the issue of resource mobilization efforts and looking at innovative financial instruments to assist farmers in participating in climate change processes.
Thanks. Theo, coming to you. Okay, you want to respond to that directly? Because my question to you actually would have been building on that. She spoke about farmers already being organized, having a group in SADC that sort of represents the interest of farmers. So I wanted, you spoke about SACU. You mentioned SACU as an example of one of the things you're talking about. And I wanted to just find out from a business side of things, if you are that organized, because I'm assuming AgBiz already is organized business, but looking at the region, how organized it. We are hearing about the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement. We are hearing about all those things. But how organized are you from a sort of regional perspective, and what are the imperatives for you when looking at an initiative like Qinisa?
No, thank you very much. Maybe just to answer that, on the farmer side, primarily farmers, obviously through SACA, very organized. On the agribusiness side, where we operate, which is a little bit more the companies in the value chain. So our members aren't really the farmers, it's the people that do business with farmers. Fairly well organized, because a lot of the companies do operate across Southern Africa. And then we also have got regular contact with Namibia and Botswana's business chambers as well. And there is also chambers of commerce and industry with agribusiness divisions right across Africa. So we do have these regular discussions. I just think the one thing that one must be very realistic about, because the structures are there. But I think the willingness to share data is so important, and I think an element of that. I mean, I get very excited when I hear about having a central hub or a central repository for data, but I know just through experience, very often when we come up with these plans, it ends up not working because people don't want to share the data. So I think a big part of that is one has to be sensitive and acknowledge that there are different expectations and limitations from the different stakeholders. Why certain people might want to share information and why certain people might not want to share information. Just to, some examples that I can think of, on sort of the negative side, we tried to at one stage in the in certain subsectors, of agriculture, come up with a benchmarking system, almost to find out where are we with the sustainable development goals across, say, the 32 biggest agribusinesses. But there was a lot of pushback because I think people who aren't as far might be, somewhat exposed by that. Others who are further want to use that, for their own sort of, purposes. So I think it's a tough one to get across. On the other side, though, I think also if you look at the potential benefits and if you can couch it correctly in terms of what the potential benefits are. If you think about, I know a lot of the financial institutions are already starting to look and say, if you can prove, and you can do this through technology, there's, for instance, programs now like FarmView, etc., where you, per square meter, record across years what type of chemicals you used, what fertilizer application it was, etc. And you can start building up almost a repository per farm for, what is the soil carbon there, what is the status, or is it degraded land. That for financial institutions when it comes to valuing land can be very important. For crop insurance companies could also be very important. So I think if you couch it that way, now it's difficult because I think you do need an independent institution to house the data, but you might need to understand, why certain private sector organizations would either not buy into it or why they would. So if you were to approach, say, financial institutions, or insurance companies to say, help co-fund this, because we'll give you access to that information. You can use it for commercial purposes when you're valuing property. That might be a different perspective coming from the regulators, who might want the information to be able to regulate, versus research, who might have the different expectations. So I do think it's tough, but probably, and that's why I like the analogy with a clean plate. We're empty plate. We're coming to co-create this. I do think a big part of the discussion would have to be understanding what the expectations and the limitations are of the different stakeholders, and whether it's compatible with what one wants to do.
Yeah. Definitely. I was actually just thinking with the example that you are giving, I can definitely see it for sort of large-scale commercial farmers that have the money to invest and, in data collection and whatever. But certainly a different approach might be needed with like your small-scale farmers that just have,
small pieces of land and that sort of thing. But it doesn't mean that we exclude them from this sort of approach to things. But we just need to become creative and think more about how do we bring them along so that we don't leave them behind. All right. Okay, so, oh yes, there's a hand. If the mic can run. Okay, I'm seeing 2 hands. If there are any more hands, please just leave them before the mic leaves the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on that data sharing from different stakeholder perspectives. Because we as a lab also have a lot of data. Some of that I have never been able to analyze yet because I just don't have the human capacity to do it in time. But I will also not just give the data to people before I analyze it. And when I started my job, my colleague was coming to me, oh, you have always these people going data digging so they can write like a high impact paper and then just like publish something about. And I thought she was very paranoid, but no. She was right. And then having like one guy who came to me was like, okay, what am I getting out of it? You getting me some students? No. And then he went to my boss and complained. And then my boss was like, Claudia, it's very important to collaborate with people like this. And it was like, well, but I'm not being taken advantage of. So that was my discussion. I'm not going to make him tell me. I was like, I can. And it was like, the other data we evaluate are freely available. He can look for them. Why would I give it? Because I know what he does. He writes a high impact paper. He doesn't even send it to me for proof and publishes it. I don't know. It depends on me, like, obviously for me as a scientist, that would be good to be on, but then it's my standards on how I want to function, how I want to work, that I disagree with that. I'm happy to work with governments and work with them on the data and so on, but not just give it to somebody who sits up in the global north, writes a global data, like paper on something, and uses our data for that and interprets it maybe in a way that is not the correct way to interpret. And it seems like Namibia has similar experience here. Then also, I have data published. And there's always this assumption, I had that assumption at some point as well. You just put a database online and people will upload. No, I don't have time for this. I'm not paid to do this. If you want to have a database with published data, you need to pay for somebody to collect that data. Making databases is very complicated. There are different units. You need to have people understanding this. So there's actually, the project needs to employ somebody and put money towards that person to actually collate data that is already out there. It's not, nobody is going to upload it. Nobody has time to upload anything to a database. Just, I don't know if you came into this idea, there's a lot of, I thought at some point that would work, that doesn't work. Because nobody has the time. And you really need somebody who understands what they're doing there as well. And you also need to look what is there already, because there are some really big databases. So I think you need to actually ask the different people who are here, what do you know about? So they just can tell you, I know about this and this source, and then you need somebody who understands these sources and has actually time to look into it. And it comes to farmers. I wouldn't tell you how much money is in my bank account. Why do you expect farmers to tell you everything? No, we're going. I'm doing the same. I go to farmers and at least I give them like some, for the smallholders, we give them trainings and we give some feedback when our people on the farm give some help. So they still like to receive us. But I'm asking them question about all what they're owning. Of course they don't want to share. And the ones who have been burnt, I've worked in California. These guys would have never worked with me if I had been from the government. Because they had them coming to the farm. They said, we're just doing these measurements, there's no problem. They found high ammonia emissions, too high. The government heard of it. Government stood at the farmer's doorstep and was fining them because the ammonia emissions were too high. If I was with an NGO and I worked with the Dairy Association, that's how I got onto these farms. But it was under strict requirements to keep these farms confidential and not leak out who these farms are, because they didn't want to have any negative consequences by just volunteering to help research. they need protection. And I'm also not always, like, because we have this data, then the names on there, and you actually, that needs to be done properly. I have a British collaborator who's actually much better than us even, and he's like masking everything correctly to make sure that it's anonymized and that nobody, or like very, very few people have access to this. And very different again with smallholders. We're assuming that smallholders want to. So the assumption, if you come from a global north, is that farmers want to increase their production, and that's what we're sort of hoping for. But like, how much better of a goat can I have that leaves the farm in the morning and comes back at the night, and then I have like slaughter at the summer? There's no investment from my side. If any time I put towards that goat, not sure that really there's opportunity loss for me, because at that time maybe I'm doing something else that brings me more money than what I could ever do making that goat more profitable. Maybe I want a cow that produces 6 liters. It's just enough for my family. I don't want something that produces more. I want to drive that Uber on the side. There are these opportunity costs. There's also the selling, when we look at emissions from livestock, they are not selling. So Argentina is a good example. Huge inflation. And a lot of this inflation, like the currency, as long as there is going to be pasture and I have an unstable currency, I will not sell these animals because I cannot trust my government. So there's so many other points that affect it. There's not just there is obviously the technical part is important, but we also need to understand these other socio-economic things. Because if the farmer knew my money would be safe in the bank, there's no inflation, maybe they would sell it. But there's also cultural things that play in. When I asked farmers in Uganda, they all gave me a different reason why they weren't selling their cows. And all of them made sense. It was to the father-in-law, to not having a bank account, to the family in the village who would come and just knew if they had money to ask for money. It's like...
So we have to think about all these other things that...
It's just like, it's, well, for us, it's not all for us because we're livestock scientists. Yeah. But I think that a big mitigation could be done if socioeconomic things would be changed and would help farmers in a different way.
Yeah, that's true. All right, thank you for that contribution. Not a question, just some reflections. Let's hear from our colleague here.
I'm Andrew Qinisa from Zimbabwe, and my question is applies to both this panel and the previous speakers. What will be the role of indigenous knowledge systems in the climate change nexus? Thank you.
Okay, role of indigenous knowledge. We have a question from Sakao. Go ahead.
Probably not a question again, but just a comment. Most of the things that I wanted to say have been already spoken by Claudia, but I wanted to add that I think farmers generally are getting annoyed, if I would say that there's these frequent visitors who come with long questionnaires collecting information, and that will be the last time they see them. They go away, they go and write these very good scientific papers, they graduate with their PhDs and many other degrees. And this morning, I think it was mentioned also that we don't get to convert this scientific language to something that can be consumed by the smallholder farmer out there who is actually saying, how can I get help from my time that was taken sitting under a tree, somebody asking me questions. And in most cases, these questions are the same. You get different researchers coming in, but they will be generally asking you the same thing. Then the other thing also is that the majority of farmers that we are working with in Southern Africa are smallholder farmers. And they are really not into agriculture because they chose to be there. They are living in the countryside, and that is probably the only thing that they can do in the space they are in. So when we talk about farmers, we have to be careful which farmer we're talking about. We always say, as a farmers organization, that there's a farmer whose responsibility is the national government to deal with. Currently, we are talking about supporting farmers and all that, but you go to a farmer whose primary sort of objective is to get food on the table, to eat, not to even sell to any market. So when you go there with all these big things like mitigation and all that, you're already complicating their lives more. Because mitigation very often comes with additional cost to the farmer. They are already not making any money out of what they are doing. So we need to probably sell these concepts differently to different types of farmers that we are talking to. So that is like what we are now calling the climate change burden on smallholder farmers, that you go to them and say, do you know that your activities are contributing to climate change? They are sitting there saying, where do you come from? I live in this village and I've been doing this over the years and I don't know what you're talking about. So we really need to be careful when we are dealing with farmers and making sure that we also have to understand their situation. If a farmer is in need of social protection and you come to them and talk to them about this sort of high-level ideas that are being spoken at global level and all that, it might not work. So we need to find ways. I mean, we are starting this initiative. We don't want to find ourselves in a similar situation to other initiatives that will also try to address these challenges. Thanks.
All right, thank you for those contributions, reflections, and a question from Andrew here. Who wants to go first? Pinky? Okay.
I think the role of traditional knowledge systems is very, very critical in agriculture. It's I view it as a climate technology. First of all, it can be used even within the GSG inventory development as a way to fill in missing information, data gaps. It's just that it's very, very difficult as expert judgment. But also it is very, very critical early warning systems within communities and grassroots where climate information may not necessarily reach. But also traditional authorities now as another collaborator for climate change, for climate action. Because we are working with communities and sustainable development and community development goes together. So traditional authorities are the custodians of communities. So the traditional knowledge systems, not only the information, but the structures are very, very critical in climate change implementation.
Okay, thank you. Any reflections on the comments?
Okay, thanks very much. Interesting comments. Before I respond, you know, when we teach, we've got something that we also call the upside down classroom. So I think in responding to this, I want to flip the room and ask questions to the room. And to make it quicker, I will address people. So, Akim, why are you here?
I think the first thing is I am passionate about agriculture in Africa. And I've been working in this space for quite some time. And I've been in a number of meetings where we've had these conversations without, we come up with resolutions, but in terms of action, nothing happens. And like somebody said, this requires time, this requires resources, and this requires expertise. So I'm here to contribute my expertise. I'm here to contribute my time, and I'm here to mobilize resources. That's
Okay.
it.
At work, where did you say you were going?
For a workshop.
For a workshop. And how does this tie into your job? When you do your KPAs at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's, if I said I attended 10 or 25 workshop, it doesn't tie into, it doesn't mean anything.
So what would mean something?
What would mean something for me is how many PhD students or how many farmers we have reached.
Okay, thank you. Claudia, same question. Why are you here?
Because Akim asked me to.
Because Akim, yeah, fair answer. So where did you say you were going to when you left work?
I started going to this workshopping, Qinisa workshop, which is about collaboration in Southern Africa. I'm not quite sure how I'm falling into this place yet. Sorry, Akim. Because I'm also not quite sure how much money is there, who's doing what, if we actually have a role. I'm being here because I think what Akim is doing is important. He's helped me quite a bit as well. I'm enjoying the discussion and the network. Because it's Southern Africa, even though I'm an international organization, I'm not sure how my contribution to this will be. Also, given my current workload with the projects I'm already running on, is a problem for me, to be honest. But I've already talked to some people, which was very interesting, and made some connections. So it's for me building a network as well for when there's capacity, and also like actually catching up with the people who I know from here, who I'm working with or trying to establish networks, because it takes time. And it also takes trust to work with people. And I need to know I can rely on them. So it's like this, yeah.
So this is delivering to some of your own agenda.
But yeah, obviously, it must be delivered somewhat to my own agenda, right?
Okay.
Because otherwise I have no stakes here.
Otherwise you wouldn't be here.
Well, who has like, if it doesn't, if you don't think you gain anything from an activity, will you do it? Unless you have too much time to spend that I don't have at the moment. Or the food is particularly good, it's been okay.
Okay,
I have
interesting.
one more thing with the farmers I forgot to say. I think it's important. We need to give value back to the farmers. So there's a Kenyan friend who has an app, and I believe because she's been working with farmers so long, she's been a farmer herself, and she has this app, which basically she wants to help farmers make records and also give them capacity. So she's offering that through mobile phones. And that is a way of giving back and maybe adding value to the farmer. And they may use that for record. It's just one approach. There are different approaches, but we're often taking from the farmers, we're not giving back. And he was saying the same thing. We go, somebody's getting a PhD thesis. We usually pay the time we're spending with the farmers to make sure they're offset for the time. We're not spending ridiculous amounts, but also try to do a workshop about a topic that they're interested in. Sorry to go off of a tangent, but I think it's very important to not just look at our own agenda, but when we work with farmers or anybody, to see how we're adding value for them, or what is the value, what's in there for them. Because if there's nothing in there for them, they're going to go off board.
Okay, thanks very much for that response. I must also be fair and answer that question for myself. Why am I here? I'm here because I got an email to say I needed to be here. Yes, definitely. I got an email to say we are launching Qinisa. We need senior representation. You are the incoming person. So I read about Qinisa and I thought to myself, this is indeed an important initiative. I've been working in this space and, I could join a few dots and so forth. So actually on a short break in Durban. So I flew in last night and I'm flying back just now. But when I looked at it, I saw value. And I thought, okay, I can inconvenience myself and be there and then get back to my short break before I get back on the road. The point that I'm trying to make is that we are all here because there is a value proposition that each one of us was able to identify. And not only was there a value proposition, there was beneficiation aligned with our personal interests and agendas. It's not selfish, it's who we are. So on the basis of that, we each took time to be here. And that value proposition and alignment with our agendas and so forth creates that common space, which is allowing us to have this engagement that we are having now to talk about those things, because we have a shared value in this business. Now, you also mentioned trust. Trust comes in afterwards, because after I got here and after I've been engaging with Akim, I met him in Malawi, we spoke, we've talked afterwards. I'm coming to trust him, to say, okay, he sounds like a genuine guy. He's not just about doing his job. You know, he could be doing other things in his job and excelling in his job, not necessarily this particular thing. That's why I was asking him how it links to your KPAs. To say, you know, you could be doing well in your job, doing other things elsewhere, and still being a superstar in your job. But then there's the part where you have passion and sincerity in a particular thing, which is why you are here. You've spent the week, you've been running around the whole day. I feel bad, I'm supposed to be the host, but you've been more the host than I have been, because you care and you're interested and you want to see this succeed. Now that builds trust because you're invested, and I see it. Now, in a lot of ways, when we partner with people, and farmers are people, just like us, just as much as I have an agenda, you have an agenda, they also have an agenda. Everyone has an agenda. Everyone is trying to succeed. Our version and definition of success will differ, as you said, my brother. That for someone, success is just feeding their family. That's it. That is success. If they do it, they are happy. For some other person, maybe they want to get some money and pay school fees after their stomach is full, then they'll feel successful. But we each have an agenda. What is important is for us to understand those multiple agendas that are always present, and for us to create that shared valued system, so that regardless what our agendas are, there is that shared value where we converge and say, you know what, it is worth me being there. It is worth my time being there. She is here. I worked in the CG. For any day that I had to be somewhere, I had to log in time to say, charge this project. You know. So she probably has to log something about today, and you've not paid her to be here. So she's making a sacrifice in that regard, because she respects you, she believes in you, she trusts you, she believes there is value in her being here, and she's realized some of it already. So when we partner with people,
Tafatwa, sorry, I'm here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we are way over our time.
I was just getting to conclude.
Okay, all right.
I was just coming to say that for everything that we have said as a panel today, it comes down to trust, which has been mentioned, that we need to build trust. How do we build trust? We need to create shared values, build a value proposition, and appreciate the common and multiple agendas that we have, and ensure that everyone is benefiting in some way. If we can all believe and trust in that shared agenda, then it makes it easy for us to come into that common space, for us to start engaging. Once we start engaging, often we'll find that we are not that far apart from where we thought we were, because now we are in the same space and talking about similar issues. So my only recommendation really is let this not be the last convening, you know, because we are starting something, we are building partnerships. Let this be the first, let there be follow-ups, let there be multiple such conversations in different places and spaces, and other people who are not here today, like the farmers and so forth. Get everyone on board, get everyone to understand the vision, share the values, and then we start moving together as one. I think it's ambitious, but it can be done if we start off and move together. Thanks, Dembi, and sorry for taking your time.
No, it's okay. Maybe let me just give Minky and Theo just briefly to sort of conclude for us from your perspective, from industry, from I think you're also research, but you're more in touch with the people on the ground. On the ground. So if you can just sum it up for us from your perspectives.
Thank you, Dr. Akim, again for inviting me. I do want to say that I hope Qinisa shows that we are not just good planners, but we can translate the planning that we're doing into tangible action on the ground. And I hope it helps us to rebuild the existing or the faltering mechanisms that are already there. And I hope it actually does revive our passion and our spirit for collective engagement, mutual respect for sustainable development. And also, please, don't forget the emerging stakeholder, which is the youth.
No, thank you very much. Also just to say thank you for the invitation. I like the conclusion to say, you know, what is the value that we all derive from this? I can definitely see the value from our side, and really just looking forward to the next step, see how we can get the structure of industry also a little bit more involved going forward. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Please help me thank my panelists. Thank you so much.
Are we going to dance now?
No.
Thank you very much, Theo. 1 hour, 2 hours? Okay, we will not push you beyond 30 minutes. I think you won't be able to last beyond 4:30. There's a segment that we moved forward to the afternoon because of the very good engagements that we were having. And actually, we started on this segment right from the time we opened the session. That's what we were doing. Much of our discussion was centered on them, the they, sometimes a we, and now we want to move into that segment that says the I, where we can co-create. We need to finish and put feet on the theory of change, which we have defined here as Qinisa, the QI initiative. So we are going into a session that is interaction with yourselves, and you have in front of you some cards. I'm just going to give you a little bit of guide into things that you're already doing with regard to this. Can you give me the next slide, Seba? We have looked at the goals. This is the goals that were set from the interface, which was phase number 1. The engagements with the 47 institutions and a bit more, I think, from the literature that responded to the interactions or the research that was done in phase number 1. So those are the 4 key goals. It's possible that there is something that you are seeing beyond this, that these goals are inadequate. They are not really speaking to the issues that we are talking about. So if you feel that between 1 to 4, there is an aspect that is not coming clear, there is a card here, I think out of the cards, with regard to the goal, use the white card. If you are satisfied with what is there, you don't have to fill the, because then that says, really, I think we are covering. If we have these goals really speaks to the gap that we have seen. Next slide. For the past years, including today, we have looked at the problem tree, really. What are the issues? What are the challenges? What is the what is what? And which is why we eventually had goals. And some of them were still coming through when we had the presentation from Northwest. And in between, we were talking to the solutions. Then we must do this, then we must do that. So they were coming up, and much of it is still bubbling. I think some of them we are still to think in terms of what are those long-term solutions. So for every issue that is brought up, there must be a solution that is associated with. This is how you build the theory of change. And there is also issues like assumptions, number 3, and rationale. Much of what we are discussing here are based on the assumptions that the status quo remains, that Africa remains 54 countries. If it changes in 2 years' time and there are only 2 countries, they are consolidated as 2 countries, then what will the assumptions hold for what we are envisaging with regard to coming up with a platform where we are discussing together? Or what if the continent breaks in between, or the Southern Africa there is a break? So we need to hear your assumptions with regard to the success of Qinisa. What would be the underlying assumptions? So go to the yellow card. Yes, yellow card is assumptions. Maybe Irene, would you write for me on the board so that there is no confusion? I'll find assumptions on the green one because, yes. If you do not have the yellow one, they will bring them to use the chart there, yeah, to write. So we said the white one, in the event that the goals were lacking, there were some gaps in them, and you think we need to expand them, please write it on a white sheet. The goal, yes. If the gaps or the what you think must be added, is there another goal, number 5, number 6, number 7, or what you may think is an objective? Put it on the white component. Maybe before we proceed, actually, on the goal statement, out of the 4, how do you see those 4 components? Is there anybody that is seeing that there is a gap? Can you go back? Can you go back so that they have time to internalize them? When Professor Sibanda presented them, and also the panelists and other presenters came through, is there something that we feel is itchy, is not covered under the 4 components? Yes, I think you've already written it down. You would like to speak to it a bit? You could. Or do you want it to be a secret? For now, I'm just asking so that there is a bit of interaction before we move to the next thing.
The very first step, which is raising awareness, because it's not all of the stakeholders that know about the climate change and the greenhouse gas emissions. Like raising awareness. Yeah, because whatever we're doing here is like, here we all know about those things, but to farmers and where I'm coming from, not more, even my colleagues, they don't even know about the NDCs and the GSGs. And the IP. Awareness about Qinisa. Yeah, even about Qinisa, about Qinisa and. Yeah, awareness about Qinisa because
Akim, what's coming up? They say she's saying we have 1, 2, 3, 4, but we missed the first goal, which is raising awareness of what Qinisa is all about, whether it's institutions or individuals. It's not known, so it should have been part of the goals.
What about number 4? Doesn't it cover that? Yeah, it's communication. So,
Is that the consensus here? That it would fall under enhanced communication?
Could come under some activities where that communication could, communication targeting farmers, communication targeting industry, all those different sectors. Yeah, so probably when we get to activities, because at this stage, the goals, I think they should be quite broad, then we can break them down as we proceed. Yeah.
Any other? So we're saying this is the goals were sufficiently captured based on the engagements that we have had previously and today. Going on to, oh, there's a hand, thank you.
I'm trying to figure out where inclusivity comes in. We have been talking about inclusion of everyone in co-creation or co-development.
Before we get to her, she has asked inclusivity. Where is it captured? Could under number one, so there will be an activity that is put under number one that will speak to inclusivity.
So, oh, can I say now?
Okay, so are we closing off? Dr. Chakoma? Okay, she still has doubts. We'll come back. Tomorrow we have interactive sessions. Okay, Minky?
I think 4 is speaking on learning, communication, and dissemination. But also, we can learn from the activities in their entirety of Qinisa. So we have to monitor its progress, the progress of Qinisa itself, so that we can have continuous improvement and continuous learning, like the mail systems. So we can do all these things, but someone has to monitor. But I don't know if it's
So they should. You're asking for a goal number 5, which relates to monitoring. Is that what you say?
I don't want to use monitoring
Okay.
as a but it's monitoring, evaluation, and learning, which also connects to number 4. But how will Qinisa improve after doing all of this? So there should be a system of tracking progress of action for Qinisa, the program, so that we can learn from it and know what works and what doesn't work, and also improve for future consideration. So I think maybe monitoring and evaluation.
Okay, but would it stand as a goal? Because the goal is, that's what we want to see in time. And doesn't it become a step in terms of an activity that is cross-cutting?
It's something to consider.
Yes, put it in on the white paper. It's something to consider. And tomorrow, as we said in the morning, we will deliberate as separate thematic groups. Okay, so we can say going 1, 2, 3, gone. And move to the next slide. So we were on item number 3, where we say we also need to look at the assumption and the rationale. You may be wondering the difference between assumptions, and I think I alluded to what an assumption is. We're assuming things will be for us. Then there is also the issue of rationale, that it's obvious that because he is a black farmer, he will do things in a certain way. That's sort of a rationale that we assuming, not assuming, but because he comes from a farming background, then he's going to do things in a particular way. So you can either put your component as a rationale or as an assignment, as an assumption, whichever way you feel. If you feel this is an assumption, write it as an assumption. If you feel it doesn't really quite fit as an assumption, then possibly it's a rationale. So we are using the yellow sheet. Could you move to the outcomes that were listed by Dr. Svanda, item number 4? We are not yet writing, I'm just giving you the scope so that when you go in, we can be going through scope. The next slide that has the outcomes. Okay, so take 30 minutes to internalize this. These were beamed much earlier this morning by Prof. Svanda. These were the 5 outcomes, 30 seconds, and then we will just have a quick overview and say, does this capture the outcomes that we feel really relate to the Qinisa initiative as we have heard and as we have interacted with today? 30 seconds. What do you feel? I just wanted to have your quick gut feel. Outcomes, the broad 5 outcomes. A quick gut feel? Yes, from Zambia, Ikabongo?
Transformation of industry or farmers, something that addresses the needs of industry and farmers as an outcome of whatever we do.
Say it again yourself.
Yeah, I think some kind of developmental outcome that addresses issues that farmers and industry have, because I can see there's information stake coordination, resource utilization, but what we do should help as we head the farmers and industry. So that there should be a desired outcome around that.
Let me ask a question. What is transformation? Is transformation considered as an outcome, output, or it's an impact thing? Dr. Ningobela, you would have some, you work in that space. Transformation, do you put it as an outcome, or it's when you begin to speak to transformation? Is it an impact thing that happens over time?
I think it's an outcome.
It's an outcome.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's saying it is missing here. What is the feel of the house with regard to that component? There is what? Number 5? Improved networking. And the stakeholders. Ikabongo? Sort of. You'll come back tomorrow and say, I'm still feeling sort of. Okay, yes, all right, you can get the mic back to Lilongwe, yes.
Yeah, I had the same feeling like what the Zambian has from the first go. The first go where we mentioned about research institutions, public and private, civil society and the like. So we forgot maybe producers, maybe even farmers, and even station workers. That's why these outcomes, they are all mainly relying on, depending on research outcomes, which are going to inform policymakers. And you have, from that research, you have accessible and standardized GSG data and information, forgetting maybe what the farmers will benefit from it. I don't know. So like the outcome for farmers or industry and the like.
I think what we have is what you are giving is what we are looking for in this session, actually, with the cards. These are broad outcomes, and when you are doing your theory of change, you will have short term, and then you have the medium term, then you've got the long term, and then you have your goals. So we have our goal, now we are working backwards, and we're saying, how do we get to our goal? We look at those outcomes. So hopefully what you are going to be putting on the cards, let me see, the nice one for outcomes. Do you have orange? If you run out of paper, look for another orange that will come through. So this is the very pregnant, which means as much, there will be hundreds of outcome-related statements that will then classify whether they are short-term or intermediate or they are long-term. And hopefully we will be able to nest the different outcomes under the broad categories. So this would be like a purpose function, and then we will break down those components. There's a hand up, yes?
Oh, there's a microphone here. Maybe just to provide some context, because I see the people in here, like my sister here, that we've been running with maybe from 2022, some 2019, going through this process and consulting. And what we had was a very long shopping list. So from that shopping list, we compressed it into that outcome, not just us, but through various engagements, a number of workshops with stakeholders. Of course, the idea has been to expand the networks. That's why we normally would like to bring in other new people, even those that haven't been part of the process. So what would be looking forward to is if they appoint maybe within the other items like the activities or the other outcomes that may not be reflected here, those could be integrated. But I feel what we should and must focus on could be on how to get to what to do to get to those points. Because personally, I would be happy even if we picked one or two and this is the work that we are going to do and let's do it. Because in terms of desired outcomes, there are a lot of outcomes that we can come up with. But we have to be realistic and say, we can have 10 outcomes, but are we able to meet all those outcomes? Maybe for now, that's it.
Okay. There's still a hand, Minky? Yes, okay.
I'm looking at all five, and I'm thinking that all five of them will not be possible without capacity building.
All five will not be possible without capacity building?
I don't know whether capacity building, because Qinisa is not implementing, but is providing the system for collaboration, for enhancing skills, technical capacity, so that the individuals that are being trained or the information that is being given, they can take it and go back to their industries and then implement for transformation.
That's correct. Yes. So that's why the goal on strengthening capacities and capabilities is there as goal number 3.
Why not? No, I think it's okay.
It's a Eop.
I'm a bit confused. For instance, if we talk about the abattoir, what is the final product? What is the role of abattoir? But they have got so many milestones. So we might be confusing an outcome with milestones. To achieve your final outcome, what are the flag points? Most of these I see are not outcome, they are actually milestones. So I think it's good to identify what is the final outcome and look at the milestones, which will show you whether you are heading on the right track or not.
Thank you. I think what we're coming through is issue of when you're dealing with the theory of change, use those what you call the milestones are the short-term outcomes. They're the outputs, short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Then you have, or what you call the long-term is what you call the purpose, and they tie into your goal. So what we are doing is the backward mapping in terms of where we are going. We identified the problem tree, the challenges, and then we say, given these challenges, the solution tree says, let's look at goals number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and these goals must be able to give us This is what we want, actually. But before we get to this final that we want, there are the smaller milestones or the short-term or medium outputs. They are the smaller steps that you take to build up that particular process. So I'm not discounting what you're saying. We can use the word milestone, or we should use the word short-term outcome, or the term output, depending at what level it's occurring. If it is a lab result, you have just measured, you collected data, maybe you just have an output. And then when it is collected and you are using it further on, then you've got a short-term outcome. Wow, it's the end of the day when you see, yeah. Okay, so these are the three components. I think that, let me give you the next 10 minutes to interrogate with yourself. If you have anything on the goal, write on the white. If you have anything on assumptions that you'd like to put in and that will shape the outcomes, and then if you have anything that you need to add in or under each of these, then you use the orange component. So I just thought we needed to engage a bit so that your responses or your inputs, rather than putting up a hand and then you talk, let's put them on paper so that they can be captured. Once we've captured them, tomorrow we will have a session after our thematic groups where we will look at what you have added into our logical frameworks. The component of activities that Akim was referring to, we will just use the last 5 or 10 minutes to do. What activities do you suggest must be done? What activities must be done to achieve that? So because we need that, the activities, that the one that produces an output, and then we have the outcomes building on that. So for the activities, we are going to use the green component. But for now, please engage with 1, 2, 3. You've got, I think, 2 minutes per card. How much time do we have? Let me say 3 minutes, because most of you might just use 2. So we've got 6 minutes to engage with completing these 2 components. Then we will do the other 3 to 5 minutes on activities. Thank you. Do we still need more time on those two components? Okay, we would like to move and look at the final component that we say it might take the next 3 to 5 minutes, which is looking at activities. So I'll give the example of goal number 1. If we want to strengthen collaborative leadership, what exactly are we aiming for? What is the outcome that is associated with that? So we've got, this is the main goal, and if we go down, let's look at the outcome that is associated with that. Backward, go back, Swabazo? No? Yes. So we've got the goal as the overall thing, and as we walk backwards, we have this, the desired outcome of strengthening collaborative leadership. We'll look at, it will feed straight into number 1. The leadership provides a platform for alignment of research, common research agenda, and it also provides a platform or feeds into improved networking, coordination among stakeholders. But for this to happen, to have this outcome to happen, we are moving backwards. What is it that we must do? What is it that must happen? On your paper, activity, we said the green, didn't? The green one, Irene forgot to write on the green one. So we moved from moving backwards, the goal, the outcome, and then what activity do you propose that must happen? So I'm just giving this as an example. We are not going to go into every goal. So goal number 1 may not appeal to you, but it could be goal number 2, goal number 3, goal number 4. So pick any one of those and say, if I'll go for goal number 1, to achieve those outcomes, what must happen? Then you can write into that. If you go into goal number 2 or number 3, which is capacities building and capabilities, what activities must be undertaken to achieve those? To achieve that. You can go back to the goal statement so that the activities are built around what would you do to make number 3 happen? What activities would you propose? There's a lot that was coming through in the discussions. For now, we're just saying, put them on paper so that they can be collected. Mr. Chavunduka, you're in deep thought. Eh? Yes. Which activity? Because then it needs to be allocated to an activity. What? Yeah, some of them will affect. Some activities will feed into different components. It doesn't matter, but just put what you feel. Yes.
Maybe what he's saying is, for example, if he picks goal number 1, so the activities should relate to goal number 1 because that's what he's addressing. So probably on that paper, the paper, what color is it? It's green paper. So probably it could be indicated maybe on the corner that you are addressing goal number 1 or whichever goal that you are addressing. Yeah, maybe that could help in, yeah.
A goal of your interest or something that is what you are working around.
Yeah.
So you're not picking all the goals, but what speaks to your situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you could simply say activities for goal number that as a title. Yeah, thank you.
That's 3 to 5 minutes. Once we are done, hooray! We can be released. 1 more minute. Do we need more time? I would say no. Jerry, we can just keep your presentation as it is. Yes, but the summary on the cards will also be good because then I don't have to read the whole presentation again. Okay. Yes, yes. You are also welcome to continue writing this tomorrow, but I would appreciate most of them this afternoon in the night, yeah. If you think of something in the evening, then you can add it in. But I would like to collect what you have. Are we done, Prof. Mpangwa? You're done. Okay, thank you very much. I think most of us are done. Additional information can still flow through even tomorrow. So I'm going to call upon Lindy to just give us a vote of thanks for the day and also give announcements with regard to how we are going to work tomorrow. Dr. Dutwait?
Good afternoon, everybody, once again. It's Anna, yeah. Thank you very much for everybody's time. We know everybody is very busy. It's an effort to be here. It's been a long day, a lot of thinking, and the room is getting quieter and quieter, so I think everybody is looking forward to a nice, relaxing late afternoon. Tomorrow we'll start the program again at 9 o'clock with a short recap from Dr. Florence from the day of today's activities. And then we're going to do a little bit of interaction. We're going to break the room into two groups, a livestock group and a crop and soil group. The livestock group will, I'll be in between, but maybe between myself and Claudia, we can manage the livestock group. And I think between Dr. Jerry and his colleague from Northwest, they will be able to run the crop group. So that will just be to see where we are, what we need to do, and carry on with this exercise that we did now. Thereafter, we'll break for a coffee break, and then we'll have each group report back on their activities. I think that will help a lot with the actions that we need to take to get to our outcomes. And thereafter, we'll close off with the way forward for Qinisa from the managers of the project. Thank you very much. Thank you for spending your time. Oh, and we're going to send someone around quickly to collect all. You don't have to hand them in color by color. Just hand them in and we'll sort them out. Thank you very much. We can give yourself a hand of applause.